Okay, thank you, everybody. 6 o'clock on June 2nd. Call to order. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by myself today, and then remain standing for potentially an invocation, but if he's not here yet, we'll have a seat. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So no Malcolm. Okay, so we have no invocation this evening. Sorry. Okay, item 1.4, City's Clerk reporting on posting of the agenda, please.
Yes, Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Friday, May 30th at 2:55 p.m.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Here.
Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Here.
Councilmember Hilton.
Here.
Councilmember Marks.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez. Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Bozo.
Here. Okay, moving on to orders of the day. We have none. Item 1.7, employee introductions. First to go will be City Administrator Jimmy Forbes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wanted to do a quick introduction for our interim police chief, Ken Bender. He started today. And so this is the fastest I think I've gotten anybody in front of you. So if Ken, you want to come on up. Ken is retired from the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department last December for 26 years and worked his way all the way up from a sheriff's deputy to the undersheriff, which is the second in command, and was responsible for the operations of the sheriff's department. He has a bachelor's degree from San Jose State and a master's degree from Arizona State, and we expect him to be with us a few months as we complete our current recruitment for a permanent police chief. Please welcome Ken Bender.
Thank you, sir. And Mayor Bozo, Mayor Pro Tem Marks, and honorable members of the City Council, it is an honor to be here to serve you and to serve the city and residents of Gilroy. I'm fully committed to ensuring appropriate public safety, community engagement, and a professional workforce while I'm here. So I'm available 24/7 to the city, and look forward to serving you in the coming weeks and maybe months. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. The next employee introductions will be by Captain Juan Rocha.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Council, City Administrator, and members of the public. Tonight we're celebrating the hire of a new employee and the promotion of 3 officers to the rank of corporal. First, I will introduce our community coordinator, Monica Marquez Padilla. And so, Monica is proud to be a first-generation daughter to hardworking immigrants chasing the American dream. Before coming to the city of Gilroy, Monica spent 5 years working in the nonprofit sector in Santa Clara County, dedicating to supporting at-promise youth and adults facing a range of complex challenges, including housing instability, justice system involvement, unemployment, and other significant barriers. Her career began as a case manager, where she developed a strong foundation in direct service and client advocacy. Over time, she advanced into a site manager role within a workforce development organization. In this capacity, she had the opportunity to help lead innovative approaches aimed at strengthening the continuum of care in the community. Their work focused on creating inclusive, person-centered strategies to support individuals from all backgrounds in achieving their goals related to employment, education, self-sufficiency, and long-term independence. Monica attended Gavilan Community College, where she earned her associate's degree in administration of justice. She then transferred to California State University, East Bay, where she completed her bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a focus in justice and enforcement. In addition to her formal education, she also pursued professional development opportunities To strengthen her ability to serve the community effectively, she holds certifications in mental health first aid and safe spaces. These experiences have equipped her with both an academic foundation and practical tools to support individuals facing complex challenges with compassion and competence. In her spare time, Monica enjoys painting, pottery, do-it-yourself projects, and spending time with family and friends. She has a growing family and a cat named Miklo. Monica.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you all for having me. I'm really excited to be a part of the task force and be a part of not only the Gilroy Police Department, but with the city of Gilroy. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'm excited to see how much we could grow. Thank you.
Next up, we will have Corporal Vanessa Ruiz, please. Corporal Vanessa Ruiz joined the city of Gilroy in 2015 as a police officer. Over the past 10 years, she has contributed to numerous special assignments, including crime scene investigations, the crisis response team, critical incident stress debrief team, field training officer, uniform committee, and she is one of our fitness coordinators. Vanessa was instrumental in organizing and launching the now annual Women in Law Enforcement Career Day. Vanessa also helps with the annual Youth Summer Police Academy, and for the past 4.5 years, she worked as a sexual assault and child abuse detective before stepping into the acting corporal role in December of 2024. Vanessa recently got married to her husband, Evan, and is a proud mother of 2 children. When she's not at work, her days are filled with chasing her kids around, taking them to sport practices, and Vanessa enjoys spending time with her family and camping during the summer.
Thank you, everyone, for having me here. I'm excited to take on this role, and hopefully see you guys out there in the community. If you guys see us, flag us down. If you see me, I'm more than happy to help. But I'm excited for this new position, and hopefully can make everyone proud. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Corporal Estela Rocha. Corporal Estela Rocha has been employed with the city of Gilroy for the last 13 years. She actually started out as a police dispatcher for 3 years and has been a sworn peace officer for the last 10 years. She has taken part in a few collateral assignments such as sexual assault and child abuse detective, school resource officer, explorer advisor. She's a drug recognition expert and is currently one of the assistant team leaders on the crisis response team. She is also part of the honor guard and peer support teams. Estela holds a bachelor's degree in sociology from San Jose State University with an emphasis in criminology. She also has a master's degree in criminal justice management from Arizona State University. Estela has a 5-year-old daughter, and on her days off, Estela enjoys coaching her daughter's girls' soccer team.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to the challenges that come with it. Been here 13 years, and I'm just excited to continue my career here. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Corporal Matthew Avila. Corporal Matthew Avila is the oldest and only boy of 5 siblings. He was raised in Gilroy and attended schools in Morgan Hill. He graduated from Live Oak in 2008. After high school, he attended Gavilan Community College with a focus in health science. He then transferred to San Jose State University, where he earned a bachelor's degree in behavioral science. It was in college that Matthew began to have an interest in a career in law enforcement. He began the background process with San Benito County Sheriff's Office in 2016 and was hired as a correctional deputy in 2017. While working at the San Benito County Jail, he also worked as an extra help probation counselor for Santa Clara County Probation. Matthew worked for San Benito County for 5 years until he was promoted to deputy sheriff in 2018 and attended the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Officer Academy. Matthew joined the city of Gilroy in 2021 as a police officer. He was then selected as a field training officer after completing his probationary period. Matthew, along with other FTOs, have assisted in creating an onboarding curriculum for new hires. Matthew also holds collateral assignments on the SWAT team, the drone, and defensive tactics team. When not at work, Matthew enjoys being at home with his wife, Lauren, and 3 children. He wants to thank his family for supporting him and thank the Gilroy PD for helping him advance in his career.
Just like my partner said, I just want to thank everybody and thank you for the city for allowing me to continue my career. And hopefully this isn't the last time you guys see me, and I'm going to continue to do my best every day. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next employee introductions will be done by Chief Fleeup. And Chief Lopez. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and the public. While I'm still new here, what I really want to do is introduce Chief Lopez, who actually works with the Joe and Chris here, who actually would love to introduce them. So I'm just here to introduce Chief Lopez, to introduce our promoted people here.
Great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council, members of the community. It's my pleasure tonight to introduce, we have one new employee and a promotion. So I'm going to start by asking Joe Scanlon to come on up. So Joe has been employed by the city of Gilroy for 9 months now. The first 6 months of his employment, he attended and completed a vigorous firefighter academy to start his career. And that brought both physical and academically challenge that really, just if I can explain it in a very short term, it's tough. It's a huge commitment, and so Joe did very well and completed that, and then we brought him on board. And over the last 3 months, he's completed his field training and has been an independent firefighter paramedic. Excuse me. Joe comes to us with over 6 years of private ambulance experience, ranging from EMT and paramedic. He worked in San Diego County for approximately 5 years, and then most recently in Santa Cruz County. So he is from the area, and he has roots in the fire service as well from his father. Let's see. Joe is married to Maddie, and they have a 1-year-old daughter. So Joe never sleeps, which puts him in a line to work at Los Animas Station because they never sleep either. So Joe's a good fit there. And in his off time, Joe enjoys disc golf, hiking, mountain biking, and finding new ways to entertain his daughter. Please join me in welcoming Joe Scanlon to the city of Gilroy.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you to the council for taking a chance on me. It's been a lifelong dream of mine to be a firefighter, and so I'm honored and I'm privileged to be here with the city of Gilroy, and I'm looking forward to continuing my career here. So thank you.
Chris, you want to come on up? So our next employee has been promoted to the rank of fire engineer. He was promoted on March 28th of this year. Engineer Chris Channel. He's the smallest member of the Gilroy Fire Department. And Chris grew up in the Bay Area. And he comes to us with over 16 years of experience from Alameda County. And he had the opportunity to work in Oakland and Fremont, which brings a wide range of paramedic experience. Chris started with the department 3 years ago, and he just finished his firefighter probation last year and has now since promoted to engineers. So that demonstrates his character and his desire to just become better all the time, and we're very proud of him for that. Chris has plans, and I don't want to ruin this, but he has plans to start a family and marry his girlfriend. I hope she's not watching. But anyway, in Chris's off time, he enjoys playing drums, learning to surf, and learning how to play the bagpipes. Chris likes to compete in the Scottish Highland Games, and he is an avid water polo player. He's played competitively for over 30 years. Chris is excited for his next chapter in his career, and he's more excited to be doing this with his brothers and sisters in the Gilroy Fire Department. Please join me in congratulating Chris Channel on his promotion to fire engineer.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the council. One of these days I'm going to get off probation, and that'll be a step in itself. But it's an honor to serve the citizens of Gilroy, and it's a pleasure. And I want to thank you for your time and patience, and I look forward to the next step and meeting you guys again as a captain. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. That does it for employee introductions. Moving on now to item number 2, council correspondence. Item 2.1 is a parklet letter to council from Tom and Tracy Miller. Everybody receive that? Okay, that will move on. Item number 3, presentations to council. This is public comment by members of the public on items not on the agenda within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Any public comment?
Yes, Mayor Council, we have 3 speakers. First is Sharon McKeegan, followed by Liz Murillo.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'll try to be as brief as these other people. I don't know if I can make it or not. But,
can you come to this mic over here, please?
Yes,
we'll hear you much better. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, what I'm trying to find out or suggest is that the city look into having porta potties available in food areas where you need to use an entry code for the bathroom, which does not allow homeless people to use the bathroom unless they're paying customers. And I had an incident where I almost didn't make it into the bathroom. And I thought if I was homeless, I would be in big trouble. And so I thought it would be nice if they had porta potties available to the homeless people that we have around, which I don't know at this point. You probably know better how many homeless people we have around and in what areas they might be. But I would assume they would be around food areas, you know. Anyway, that's my request.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker is Liz Murillo, followed by Ron Kirkish.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'm here to represent Rebecca Shanding and Steve Shanding. They wrote a letter to you guys regarding the work that Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley completed for them on April 26th. So it says, I, Rebecca and Steve, would like to express our thankfulness to all the volunteers who dedicated all of their time and hard work, taking time out of their day, helping us with lots of repairs that without them I wouldn't have been able to fix ourselves. They committed to replace my sliding doors, bathtub, window screens, broken gates, roof on pool shed, and paint the outside of the house, plus haul away all of our junk to the dump, which we couldn't do for ourselves. So from the bottom of our heart, I want to appreciate these helpful people and businesses who are willing to take time out from their jobs. So I know this nonprofit is reliable for helping retired couples who sometimes go through hardships and need help maintaining their home. I highly recommend Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley and the city of Gilroy to those other people going through times and aren't able to tough times, and aren't able to repair themselves. P.S. These are the kindest people you could ever meet. May God's blessing to all who participated in this project. Thanks again, Rebecca and Steve Shanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next is our final speaker, Ron Kirkish.
I'd like to thank all of you who wished me well, who prayed for me, and also who gave me the blueberry bread. Thank you. I got some news from the doctor today, and I beat it.
Thank you.
No further speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 4, reports of council members. Councilmember Bracco.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Marks.
No report.
Councilmember Hilton.
Thank you. From the Valley Transportation Authority Policy Advisory Committee,
I've seen the Caltrain South County ridership numbers Monday through Friday, 4 trains north in the morning and 4 trains south in the evening. Gilroy has 100 riders per day, San Martin has 22 riders per day, Morgan Hill has 120 riders per day, and Blossom Hill has 54 riders per day, and Capitol has 42 riders a day. These 5 stations south of Tamian are not electrified, and Caltrain doesn't own the tracks. Union Pacific Railroad does. I've been trying for 9 years to get the city of Gilroy and Caltrain to advertise, educate, and encourage ridership. It's not built into our culture, and it's a heavy lift for me to continue promoting Caltrain to South County and future to Salinas. We recently talked about this at our May South County Agenda VTA prep meeting with VTA staff and Caltrain staff. VTA plays a role in our development process, Caltrain doesn't. I attended the May VTA Joint Committee Workshop where we reviewed the budget and asked questions. Caltrain, as of that meeting, is putting the full burden of the South County Caltrain cost onto VTA, and it's estimated to reach $15 million. That's not worth it for this budget cycle. VTA, Caltrain, and South County communities do minimal to increase South County Caltrain ridership, so the expectation that suddenly ridership on Caltrain will increase is not a reality for today. I've encouraged the VTA board and Caltrain board to pause South County Caltrain service for the next 2 years while we work collaboratively with our partners on ways to double track or purchase the existing tracks with a goal to have the same service levels as Tamian to San Francisco. From Silicon Valley Clean Energy, the SVCE board approved a 25 megawatt of Sun Zia Wind. SVCE works towards 100% clean energy goals measured annually. This will be achieved through a mix of renewable portfolio standards, or what's called RPS, eligible resources including wind, solar, and geothermal, combined with non-RPS eligible but carbon-free resources such as large hydroelectricity and nuclear energy. The SunZia Wind project supports SVCE's long-term renewable goals. The project's location in New Mexico offers high wind capacity, which is crucial for providing consistent energy during peak demand periods, especially when solar output declines in the late afternoon and early evening. Real-time price rate structure also got approved at the last board meeting. It's approved a real-time pricing rate structure to support customers' ability to respond to utility costs and allow SVC to be compliant with state regulatory requirements. Staff will continue to provide updates to the board that include sharing learnings from ongoing pilots, design of rate, and regulatory changes from now until July 1st, 2027, which is when the new rate is required to be available for customers. Lastly, out in front of the Gilroy City Hall, you will see the Progress Pride flag. The flag includes black and brown stripes to represent marginalized LGBTQ+ communities of color, along with the colors of pink, light blue, and white, which are used with the transgender pride flag. We raise the flag to heighten awareness of the LGBTQ+ Pride Month, as well as celebrate diversity, equity, social justice, and inclusion. Education regarding LGBTQ+ issues increases understanding and cultivates respect for the LGBTQ+ students and cultivates a culture of allyship. Happy Pride Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Ramirez.
Yes, I attended the Gilroy Gardens board meeting as an alternate for the mayor, and I just want to say they're celebrating their 25th anniversary this year, and they are kicking off their Cherries Jubilee celebration this Friday. They've put a lot of time and effort into it, so if you have a chance, get out there and check it out.
Councilmember Klein.
Yeah, I wanted to give an update on, I serve on SBRIA, which provides communications with our emergency services throughout the county. And they are planning, preparing for Super Bowl 60, which will be February 8th of next year. And also the World Cup, FIFA World Cup matches June 13th, 16th, 19th, 22nd, 25th, and July 1st. And Santa Clara is one of the 11 host cities that is doing that. So there's a lot of prep and planning that goes. So I'm just going to go through it real quick. SBRA has been working with local, state, and federal partners on regional and interoperable communications planning so our local police, fire, EMS, transit, and other public support staff can speak with each other during these events. SBRIA has coordinated radio programming with other agencies to ensure the current radio channels and security features are added to each radio. SBRIA's executive director has attended multiple communication, planning meetings, and regular updates the board of directors and working committee. Planning has occurred in the following areas: identifying the frequencies of all local, state, federal, international, and commercial organizations, deconflict any overlapping frequencies, coordinate with federal and military agencies for drone safety, security, and exclusion of unauthorized drones, develop procedures for radio interference and jamming. SVRIA meets regularly with staff from 911 centers, police, fire, emergency management, and the City of Santa Clara and San Francisco planning teams. Planning meetings will continue through the summer and fall. Communication drills and exercises are planned for July, national drill in Seattle, Washington, and several drills are scheduled for the fall, focusing specifically on Santa Clara County. Agencies at SVRIA is or will be coordinating with for communications planning, the local Santa Clara County Police Chiefs Association, representing all law enforcement agencies in the county, Santa Clara County Fire Chiefs Association, representing all fire departments in the county, Santa Clara County Emergency Managers Association, City of Santa Clara, City of San Jose, County of Santa Clara, BTA, City and County of San Francisco, local agencies from the 11 other North America host cities. At the state level, California Office of Emergency Services, California Highway Patrol, and California National Guard. And at the federal level, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, Department of Homeland Security, military agencies, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency. A lot of layers and a lot of planning going on. So it's happening, though.
Thank you. Okay, I have no reports this evening. So moving on to item number 5, consent calendar. So on the consent calendar, we have items 5.1 through 5.6. Any questions for staff?
I'm not requesting to pull it, but on 5.3 moving forward, if we can receive that, the quarterly budgets as a presentation so that we can see the variances in each department as we move through the year. See, where we are. That would be a request.
Okay, make a note of that. Okay, so no further questions about consent calendar. Public comment, please.
We have no speakers at this time.
Okay, so I'll take a motion and a second. So I have a motion from Councilmember Klein and a second from Councilmember Ramirez for consent calendars items 5.1 through 5.6. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bosso.
Yes. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Moving on to item number 6, bids and proposals. 6.1, approve the purchase of a modular replacement restroom for Los Alamos Park to a total of $244,921 using Sourcewell's cooperative purchasing contract. Staff report, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor, council members. John Dowdy, Public Works. Tonight before you is a request for authorization for replacement of the Los Alamos restroom. As you are aware, I think, this facility is over 30 years old and becoming increasingly beyond its useful life. And it is requiring significant amount of maintenance effort. It is not very vandalism proof and is something that has been identified by staff for some time and is part of funding was requested as part of the 24-28 through 28 CIP, and this would be an allocation of $350,000 that is included into this year's budget for that purpose, the capital budget. The city is requesting to use this modular restrooms, and these were used at Miller Park as well as Christmas Hill Park. And those have been proven to be very resilient, resistant, and very functional for residents and users. This is an example of what we have at the current Los Alamos restrooms.
What this doesn't clearly show is basically the sill being rotted through at the bottom of the building. Basically, you can see virtually through into this area, really beyond the point of easy repair and appropriate repair. Also, the interiors are reaching a point where it's very difficult to get these treated to be vandalism proofed, and as such, we're requesting this replacement. Again, we are looking to use a similar or exact model almost to what's been used as modular restrooms. These come in two pieces. They're placed on the site and epoxy together. It, again, has a proven track record. It is a very fair price from our review in the marketplace for this. And overall, replacing the restroom will improve park safety, functionality, overall visitor experience, and reduce cost in terms of staffing time and efforts to maintain these facilities over the long haul. This is what these modulars would look like. Basically, excuse me, sorry. This is what the modulars would look like. Basically, 4 stalls with a maintenance area behind. That is about a 3-foot area. I know there's been a conversation about whether there's storage associated with this structure, and really there's not. This is access to the water lines and the plumbing fixtures from behind. Again, this is about $244,921 investment overall. This includes all of the related costs, including transport, sales tax, and options. Next steps, should the council approve this, we would finalize the purchase with CXT, and there is about a 6-month lead time to delivery of these units at this point. And finally, our recommendation would be to approve the purchase of this modular and authorize the city administrator to execute the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for John? Go ahead.
We just did one over in Christmas Hill Park, right? And if I remember correctly, wasn't it more expensive than this one? I thought it was around $300,000, and it only had 2 stalls, right? And then a no?
It has additional stalls. I honestly, I cannot tell you what. I can do the research on it, but I would say this. I'm not sure what the purchase cost of that, but we also had to install the foundation and the entire system for that, and so that's what may have jumped the price on this. It's a slightly different model than it does than this model here.
So the other thing I noticed in the previous one compared to this one is the previous one, or some of the other models, in fact, I think in the same document you said showed there, had 2 stalls with 1 entry as opposed to each one having an individual door to each individual one. Is there any issues or concern with, malfeasance inside restrooms when you have the ability to be in there by yourself as opposed to having somebody come in on you in a multiple room? I don't know if I can get that communicated across, but
I understand. I think I understand what you're saying. I don't really have a great answer to that. I think there's value in allowing each individual privacy, and kind of the same as if you were in a portable potty or whatever with a deal, whatever with it. I think it just makes sense from that perspective.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Ramirez.
I'm going to assume something, but if you could just confirm it. Looking at the cost for delivery, it's almost a third of the cost of the actual facility. There's nothing, I have no idea where it's coming from, but that price, I'm assuming Mars maybe, but I'm just assuming that you've looked at local or more local vendors.
There is, this is a very limited marketplace for these modular structures. I believe CXT, I'm not sure. Some of them are built in Reno. There's some other areas with that, but they do come from some distance because these are, again, in a modular manufactured setting. So,
and it's the closest one?
We did not. This is the least expensive overall cost. Okay. So this is the lowest price across the board for this.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Councilmember Fugazi, to answer your question, in December of 2023, the Christmas Hill Park bathroom was $210,000. This one's $244,000 for 3 stalls.
Can you go back and show the costs of the line item costs again? Just, I know you asked about transport. If anybody else had thoughts or questions about costs, I'd just give you a rough idea. We do a lot of shipping into the Bay Area. For 2 hours away, just 2 hours away, for simple shipping, it's $1,000 now. And that's why things get so expensive. And something like this, it's extremely heavy, probably multiple loads from a very long distance. Unfortunately, it doesn't surprise me at $6 a gallon for diesel.
They come in 2 parts, and then they're epoxied together.
Yeah. Any other questions for John? Public comment?
We have no speakers at this time.
Okay. Last questions for John or comments from council? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Fugazi and a second by Councilmember Marks to approve the purchase of a modular replacement restroom for Los Alamos Park, a total of $244,921, utilizing Sourcewell's cooperative purchasing contract. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to item number 6.2, purchase 7 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 2500 four-wheel drive crew cab trucks for the amount of $393,744 for the Public Works and Utilities Departments using the State of California statewide contract. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Council, members of the community. Leanne McPhillips, Administrative Services Director. The item before you tonight is purchasing some replacement vehicles for Public Works and Utilities. There's actually 1 new vehicle, but 6 replacements. As noted in the staff report, these vehicles have quite the miles on them, average of over 130,000 miles. Average age of these vehicles is about 17 years, so they are long overdue to be replaced. We're having mechanical and part failures associated with these vehicles, and also we're getting to a place where it's difficult to find replacement parts for these vehicles to keep them up and running. So this was planned with the fiscal year 25 budget to replace these vehicles and to purchase the 1 new vehicle. And you can see in the photos up on the screen how old some of these vehicles are and how shabby they're looking. So staff identified the Chevy Silverado 2500 four-wheel drive crew cab truck as the desired vehicle for replacement. And for this purchase, we're using a tag-on bid contract from the state of California. Through that tag-on bid process, it's very competitive. Any dealer can submit a bid in this statewide contract. And so the pricing is very competitive because they're competing statewide with dealerships. So and the winner of this particular bid was Winner Chevrolet, no pun intended, in Colfax, California. This gives us a substantial discount in cost over normal dealership pricing. And also it saves a lot of staff time by tagging onto this bid versus spending staff time going out and doing our own public bid process, which probably won't net us a better end result. We did check local pricing with our local dealer. It was 7.95% higher without the added options. So that's pretty significant when you're looking to buy 7 vehicles. And the price per vehicle, $56,249.10. The funding is included in the fiscal year 25 budget across the Fleet Fund, Water Fund, Wastewater Fund, and the Community Facilities District Fund. The total cost for all of the vehicles is $393,744. Each one is $56,249.10. So with council approval, we'll place the order with Winner Chevrolet, delivery 3 to 4 months. And once we receive and inspect the vehicles, we will execute final sales contracts. So we're asking you to give that authorization to the city administrator, and then we make payment to Winner Chevrolet. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Just curious, what do you do with the old ones? Do you trade them in, sell them at auction?
Yeah, so we do a surplus process, and that's a staff report that may be coming to you at your next meeting if we have it ready. But we have several vehicles to surplus, and we do auction them off, and we do get some resources back from those vehicles.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
So I know there's at least 2, maybe 3 Ram truck owners up here, and maybe also a Ford truck owner. Is there a specific reason why we went Chevy and not check with the other Ram or Ford dealers in town?
Yeah, the team in Public Works and Utilities explored a wide variety of different vehicles and looked at pricing of different vehicles, and this was the make and model that they felt best met their needs and had the most competitive price.
Thank you.
Further questions? Any public comment, please?
No speakers at this time.
Okay. So I will entertain a motion. A second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Bracco and a second by Councilmember Ramirez to award the purchase of 7 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 2500 four-wheel drive crew cab trucks for the total cost of $393,744 to Winter Chevrolet using the state California statewide contract, and at the same time to authorize the city administrator to execute purchase documents. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Moving on to item number 7, public hearings. 7.1, adopt fiscal years 2026 and 2027 operating and capital budgets, position control list, departmental work plans, boards and commissions work plans, and the GAN appropriation limit for fiscal year 2026. Staff report first to Jimmy, or Harjo. Jimmy first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before Harjo begins, I want to touch base about the process and a couple of things that have transpired since we gave you the recommended budget a few weeks ago. I'm going to steal a little bit of his thunder, but I'm doing that so that people, when they see the presentation, they understand ahead of what they're reading and what we're trying to explain to you. This process started now 110 days ago with, I believe, 6 strategic planning meetings, numerous internal staff meetings, numerous meetings with council and other groups of our community. It's for me, it's quite an enjoyable process. I know it isn't for everyone, but it to me is the most important thing that the City Council does every 2 years. It is the largest policy document you adopt. It tells everybody what your ideas are, what your dreams are, and what you hope to accomplish in the next 2 years. And without that document, we have no roadmap. So it's a very large budget of $200 million. We are a large company in many ways, but we are a company of really smaller companies within that company. And that's one thing I want to make very clear is that, especially in the last week or two, I've had the opportunity to meet with many community members, phone calls, emails. I know Bryce has talked to folks, Harjo, and some of our council members about what's really going on with the Recreation Fund and what we're trying to accomplish tonight. So I want to give you a real quick summary of how we got to tonight and what that means going forward. In 2022, we did significant budget cuts, we did layoffs, we did all those things you hate to do because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And at that time, the philosophy of recreation was changed. And the council decided to contribute $1.5 million investment into the recreation program annually. And that $1.5 million was essentially the baseline of the financials for recreation. And the thought is that in order to build the recreation department over time, that the department would have to generate revenue, cost recovery, and other methods in order to grow. And that has actually worked out exactly as planned in the last few years. The other piece of that investment is that the Recreation Fund has no means for capital improvements. And so the generation of those revenues allowed the Recreation Department to accumulate fund balances and savings, which now enables us to make a proposal to build pickleball courts. We have the funding available. It's in the Recreation Fund. So I've seen a lot of things, and I don't get on social media much, but I know people who do. And this has somehow been connected to code enforcement officers. And I can tell you that is 2 completely separate funds and 2 completely separate decisions. The Recreation Fund does not have $3 million in it. I'm still trying to understand where that came from. But it does have about $1.5 million, which has been accumulated over about 4 or 5 years, which is what we expected. The code enforcement officers are being utilized and funded for 2 years only, and with savings from the general fund. So money's not coming out of the recreation fund to go into the general fund to fund code enforcement officers. This allows us to keep those funds separate, and those decisions are not attached. So before you see one or the other, please believe that they are not attached. The other point I want to make is that I have been asked, why did we decide in the final budget to propose not increasing recreation staff? And I want to give you a couple of reasons. One, I do recommend that we increase recreation staff, but I think we should wait. And one of the reasons why we should wait is that we have a lot of balls in the air considering the recreation programs. And one is we are on a one-year contract with our swimming program. Council has been very clear that is a very extremely important program to them, and that they want more time to evaluate the long-term future. And so although I would like to add more staff in recreation, I don't know what type of staff to add right now. We also have strategic plans. We have possible expansion. We have other programs. We have a master plan that's going into place. So as Harjot gets into his presentation, you're going to see that we're not removing it, we're delaying it. We intend to have an ongoing conversation with the council and the rest of the community over the next few months about the future of recreation, funding, swimming, all those things that we've been talking about over the last few months. So I hope that clarifies a little bit to the community and to council that we came back with those positions removed because the timing just isn't quite what we would like yet. But we certainly will continue to advocate for expanding our programs. We are a growing city. We have a lot of kids, and as you can see in the numbers from the programs and classes, that it continues to grow. How that growth happens, we don't have to decide today. And I would ask that, as we've stated before, the budget is a dynamic document. We add positions and we make adjustments well over 50 to 60 over the course of 2 years, and I expect that the Recreation Department will get a lot of analysis and attention from the council and community over the next few months. So with that, I'm sorry, Hojard, if I took your entire slides 15 through 17, but you'll see them again, and hopefully you'll understand a little bit what we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Harjot Sangha, Finance Director with the City of Gilroy. I'll be presenting the presentation before you. This is essentially the last step in the whole budget development process, so we're excited to be here. It's been a long 6 months, again, for the staff as well, because we do a pretty deep dive every 2 years, and we're proud of the recommended budget that we put before you. And there's a lot to accomplish, so we're excited to get going here on July 1st. So again, it's a process that started back in January. We have held a series of 6 meetings for strategic planning, a budget workshop, and a community meeting. And tonight is the budget adoption. As Jimmy already alluded, it is a policy document. It is dynamic. Once we adopt it, things economically could change after adoption. So therefore, we may find us time to time come before you with some recommended adjustments to the adopted budget. Some of the key themes or key takeaways from the budget is our continues to grow. So therefore, the budget recommends certain investments, both from a staffing perspective as well as infrastructure investments to keep up with the pace. There's some long-term planning and implementation included within the budget. This council's focus on economic development is also included. The establishment of the economic development department in itself. There's also fire and police services evaluation is going to be conducted over the next 2 fiscal years. Customer service enhancements. We have done some technology implementations that allow more interaction with respect to customer service. Staffing augmentation, notably in our utilities department, for the continued organization of the department. And on the expenditure side of things, we have a couple items that we're keeping our eyes on, 2 of them which are unfunded pension liabilities, and then increases in our workers' compensation program. So both of those items are also as part of our work plan items as well. Well, I'll talk a little bit about the numbers. This is the recommended budget citywide as it was released in the recommended budget on May 7th. Total budget for fiscal year 26 is $207 million. We're anticipating to bring in sources of about 178.6, And the difference, which is the 28.6, will be made up of use of fund balances. Primarily, these are fund balances across all the funds for infrastructure-related projects. So, as you can see in capital development, we're 20 out of the 28.6, about 14.6 is coming out of the capital development. That's again monies that are sitting in those funds are now being programmed to be implemented for infrastructure. For our fiscal year 27, very similar budget, about $207 million. Again, we're anticipating about $179 million of revenues or sources to come in, and utilizing about $28 million of fund balances across all the funds. You do see the FTE counts there. This, from the recommended budget, has changed. So as I move forward in the presentation, I'll talk about the changes from the recommended to the final adoption tonight, and I'll highlight those items. This is basically the sources by source categories. Our largest two categories are taxes for the organization and charges for services. So that make up well over 70% of the revenues. And then that trend is very similar for fiscal year 27 as well. So again, before you is 26, about 178.6, and then 181 in 27. This is the usage, how we spend that money, primarily citywide across all funds. Our services are delivered via personnel, so you do see that 32% as personnel expenditures, and then a lot of our expenditure is on capital outlay, as I noted earlier, for utilities as well as our capital funds. All in all, we'll be looking to spend the 207 in 26, and then 206.6 million in 27. Focusing in on the general fund, which is the most discretionary in its nature, where the community and the council has discretion to allocate resources. From a revenue perspective, we're looking at the general fund to bring in about $74.3 million in fiscal year 26, and then $77.1 million in fiscal year 27. The largest revenue source for the general fund is taxes, so that includes our property tax, sales tax, utility users tax, franchise, and hotel tax, which is a TOT. So if you were to add all those tax revenues up, which roughly represents over 70% of our revenue comes from tax revenues. The other revenue sources are primarily user fees that the departments charge to the users, notably for our community development and public works there. So that's included there. On the expenditure side of things, within the general fund, we're looking to expend $75.6 in fiscal year 26 and $78.3 in fiscal year 27. As I indicated earlier, our largest category of expenditures, we deliver services via staffing, so our police, public safety, police, fire, and all of our departments. So our largest category of expense is personnel, thereby coming in at about 72% for both of the fiscal years, followed by materials and services and internal service charge. Internal service charge are primarily charges that internal service functions like IT, fleet, facilities charge to the other departments for making services available to them. This is a chart of the general fund. Basically demonstrates two things. One is the dark blue line is the required total reserve of 30%. This is a council-established policy. And the bars, the lighter blue bars, are the actual ending fund balances, basically shown from fiscal year 24 all the way through fiscal year 31. The key takeaway on this chart is the fact that we are maintaining the required total reserve. So throughout the forecast period, not only just for the recommended two fiscal years that we're adopting tonight. In addition to the operating budget, the council also approves a 2-year capital improvement program budget. So that is also included in here. This is a summary by program. So we have 5 major programs: streets, utilities, which includes our water and wastewater, public facilities, engineering, parks, and trails. All in all, we're looking to, we have programmed about $59 million in fiscal year 26 and $54 million in fiscal year 27. Largely, the projects that are programmed in here are going to be for our ICE Center, Gilroy ICE Center. We have our fire station programmed in here as well as we're making significant investments in our utilities, both water and wastewater, from a category perspective. So over the course of 2 years, the total CIP budget is about $113.5 million. The council will be adopting several budget-related items. One of them is a appropriations limit, which is a state requirement, also known as Prop 4. It essentially sets the maximum expenditures the city can appropriate in each given fiscal year. This is an annual process that we do. Although we adopt a 2-year budget, we're only adopting the appropriation limit for the first of the year. A year from today, we'll come before you for fiscal year 27 because those calculations can only be prepared at that time. And typically, our appropriations, they far exceed the amount of actual appropriations within the fund. So our limit is $263.5 million. Our appropriations subject to the limit are only about $55 million. So therefore, there's plenty of room there. With respect to the position controls, another action item the council will be taking tonight is establishing the position control list, essentially the titles of the positions as well as the count of the positions that are authorized to be budgeted and filled. I mentioned earlier, the recommended budget had 299 positions total. We have made 2 adjustments to that, and the net impact is going to be resulting in final 298 positions. Across all the departments, we had about 16 positions that were either added or reclassified, primarily in the utilities department for the continued organization. The 2 adjustments from the recommended release, which was put out to the community on May 7th to tonight, are 2 items. One is the addition of 2 code enforcement officers. These are general fund funded for 2 fiscal years. And we're recommending that we appropriate that from the general fund. And then as we progress over the years, we're keeping our eyes on sales tax, as we indicated. Hopefully it'll make a recovery that could possibly give us an avenue on potential ongoing funding. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll evaluate that over the course of the years. And then the second item is the removal/delay of the recreation positions. As City Administrator Forbes, he explained thoroughly the reasonings why we're doing that. So I won't go too much into the details, but essentially what we're saying is let's delay the additions of those 3 positions until we get through all the council's legislative agenda and work plan items around the recreation division in itself. So that again is evaluation of the programs, current programs, the needs assessment, the evaluation of general funds investment, and then potential growth opportunities. So once we have those discussions with the council, we'll be in a better position to be able to recommend what positions, what type of positions, and how many positions based on those conversations. So it would be too early for us to add those at this point, given we have those added items. This, again, is a brief history. This was already covered. But to summarize this again, economic impacts from COVID resulted in organizational changes, impacted recreation as well. $1.5 million investment was determined by the council towards recreation. As the COVID shelter-in-place orders were lifted, the program was able to have gradual recovery. And over time, it has accumulated fund balances, on average resulting about $400,000 of revenues over expenditures within that fund. And this is a slide that kind of shows you the actuals for the last 4 years to kind of demonstrate how that fund has accumulated the fund balance. And as we presented to the City Council back in September 24, what are some possible utilizations of those fund balances? That includes conducting a recreational needs assessment, implementation, how do we grow the programs organically? There's capital projects, which we made a recommendation and is included in the adopted budget for the pickleball courts, and then also the longer-term growth and expansion possibilities. So what you can see there is the estimated fund balance at the end of fiscal year 25 is roughly around $2 million. And of the $2 million, the recommended budget includes the appropriations for the pickleball court roughly at the $900,000. So that will draw down that fund balance. From a fiscal impact perspective, again, 2 changes really from the recommended, the 2 code enforcement officers. The cost of that is $180,000 in the first fiscal year, just due to given the timing of onboarding and so forth. And then the second year, the cost would be $378,000. Again, funded by the general fund. And then just delaying the addition of the recreation positions at this time, so that would decrease the appropriations within the recreation fund by approximately $400,000 for both of the fiscal years. So inclusive of all these changes across all funds, we will have a $207.1 million budget in fiscal year 26 and $206.5 million in 27. Okay, so that's the financials. Now I'll transition over to the council's legislative agenda as well as departmental work plan items. As indicated earlier, there were 4 strategic planning sessions. There was a budget workshop where various topics were discussed with the council, and council provided feedback and basically topics of interest. So the list before you is a compilation of the existing council legislative agendas, as well as the addition of all the items that this council has provided, the feedback this council has provided, which has resulted in approximately 18 items on the council legislative agenda. So they're not in order of any order per se. They're sorted by the responsible department alphabetically, not in any sort of priority order. And the thought there is, once the council takes action tonight, staff will be better able to determine, all right, so what exactly is going to be on the work plan, what the final work plan is, and then we would, at a future, as we do quarterly updates to you, we're able to better go ahead and provide estimated timeframes and then the status of those work plans. So tonight's conversation is more of the topics, the content. Is this the work plan items that we're going to embark on? In terms of the departmental work plans, again, we took the existing departmental work plans and we updated to include this council's initiatives, primarily which were put forward on the May 19th strategic planning session. Work plans, again, are major initiatives, so it doesn't include the routine day-to-day tasks that my department or my team perhaps does, but some major work plan initiatives, and I'll give you an example. For finance, we're going to be conducting a citywide user fee study. So that is a major initiative that the department will undertake. We're also conducting business license program, study as well. So that's what kind of results in the item being added to the departmental work plan. And those items are further categorically put into 3 categories. One is mandated, which are essentially items that are imposed by regulation, law, or compliance. Core items are basically represent the fundamental aspect of the department's purpose. And again, using the finance department as an example, there are governmental accounting standards boards pronouncements that we're required to implement. So we put that under a mandated item. In order for us to put forward the financial reporting, we have to implement those accounting changes. And then the core item, an example for us would be, again, doing our utility billing is a core function of the finance department, so thereby it is core. And last but not least is the discretionary category. It is items provided by the city for the public good, and usually driven by the council or the community, but are not mandated nor a core service of the city. So these could be, not something that's ongoing in nature, but periodically an initiative that the council would like a department to take up. So those are discretionary in nature. So that's that category. Again, the list is not sorted by any priority by that means, but it is put forward in these categories. Similar to the legislative agenda, departmental work plans. Once council adopts these, staff will go back and put forward a estimated time of completion and kind of prioritize what's going to be achieved in what order, if you will, and then will be provided to you as part of the upcoming departmental work plan updates. Very high-level summary work plan items. So we have a total of 93 work plan items across all departments, and the split between mandated, core, and discretionary is 23, 50, and 20. They're not, by any means. A topic could be one initiative, but it could consume a lot of time. So just because there's a higher number doesn't necessarily mean that that workload is essentially, any more significant, if you will. The other item the council has discussed is the strategic priorities and goals. What are before you are the current 5 priorities. And over the course of the development process, city administrator has worked with this council to basically put forward some changes. So on this slide are proposed changes based on the council's feedback. One of them is to simplify by having 2 priorities. which can be expanded once progress is made to achieve the results. So those two are listed there on the slide. We also had a recommendation or feedback to add a new priority to beautify the city's gateways to ensure that they are free of trash, homeless encampments, weeds, blight, to ensure residents and visitors enter Gilroy feeling safe and welcome. And then an amendment to one of the existing ones, which is related to the economic development. Instead of promoting economic development, is to actually hire a seasoned economic development director with a proven track record that can lead the effort in securing economic development activities that create opportunities for quality employment and increase the city's tax base. So we will be seeking some direction from the council on this before we take the other actions. The other item is boards and commissions. The boards and commissions are advisory bodies to this council. As part of the budget development process, we solicit budgetary inputs as well as ask them to develop work plan items that they will be achieving over the next 2 fiscal years. So both of those are included as in the packet for you. From a budgetary request perspective, we have several commissions request funding for training, very consistent in prior years. So we have allocated specific dollars as well as general training fund dollars for our boards and commissions. Parks and Rec Commission had the pickleball court recommendation, and that is included in the recommended budget. And then some additional items for the Youth Commission to support them for their work plan items. This is, again, a summary of the boards and commissions work plans. So that tells you each of the commissions that this council body has as advisory bodies does have a work plan item to complete over the next 2 fiscal years. And again, the details of this are included within the staff report packet. So that brings me to the recommendations tonight. The recommendations before you are to formally open and close the public hearing. The budget can only be adopted at a public hearing, so we will go through that process, and then a series of action items and resolutions related to the adoption of the budget, the appropriations limit resolution, operating and capital improvement program budgets for both of the fiscal years, a resolution establishing the position control list, approving the legislative agenda and the departmental work plans, as well as giving us feedback on the priorities. And last but not least, approving the board and commission work plans for the next 2 years. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sure. So I will open it up to questions for council, and I have a request for council. As we all just heard, Harjo went through 5 different subcategories of his presentation, and I think it might work best if we kind of follow those categories, which is on your agenda item. The first category would be the operating capital budgets. If we can get through those questions first, and then let's just move through the list from there. So starting first with operating and capital budgets, are the questions for Harjo on my left?
I have a couple.
Okay. Councilmember Marks?
I noticed in your report there's 2 different costs for pickleball courts. One is $900,000 that we just saw, and yet at the beginning it was in the 400. So my question is, where is that $500,000 going to go? That is the discrepancy between the 2 amounts.
I think we only have the $900,000 number in there in the budget. So I think the $400,000 may be as part of the Parks and Rec.
That was their
estimate, that they provided as part of their budget input. Yep.
All right, but when you actually go to build them, unless you're building a Taj Mahal, it's going to be closer to 400 and some thousand. So when you have this surplus money, where is that? Is that going to stay with Parks and Rec? Is it going to be in capital improvements? I mean, what is the anticipation? Because 4 pickleball courts do not cost $900,000.
Sure. So to be determined, I think it's a budget, and typically you proceed with a budget. What the actuals come out to be are the actuals that will come out to be. And any, if we need additional money, we'll come back with a recommendation to say, hey, this is what the actuals came in. Now we need to cover the gap. Here's our recommendation. Now, if the bids come in lower, typically the funds drop back to the fund balance if they go unused at the end of the fiscal year. So if you have a $900,000 budget, they come in at $500,000, the other $400,000, we would tell you will drop back to the fund balance in that fund that's funding it. So in this case, pickleball courts are funded by the recreation fund. any savings from that project would drop back to the fund balance, and the council would have discretion, how to allocate those if there is a desire.
So at that time, would new programs be considered as part of that unfunded? Could new programs be used? I'm not saying it right. Could we spend that money on new programs, like just golf or whatever? I mean,
it all
is that
depends.
allowed?
Yeah, I think it all depends. As we talked about, there's a lot of recreation divisions work plan items. So one would be, adding programs. It's not, the savings are one-time savings, so it would really depend on what's the ongoing cost, and can the fund sustain those in an ongoing manner.
Okay, but I mean, that could be part of
That
the
could be a
discussion.
possibility.
Okay.
Yeah, that could be a possibility, or other capital projects.
Oh, okay.
Related to recreation. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions? Councilmember Ramirez.
On page 152 of the packet, it talks about the beautification efforts for the Gilroy gateways. And when I made that request, I suggested pulling from the surplus in revenues. Am I reading this correctly? On page 154, the revenue excess in 24 was, where are we at here? Okay, where did I see it? Revenue excess in 24 was 14.8 million, and in 25 you anticipate 9 million?
Not revenue in excess. That is the
Reserve.
So
I'm sorry.
Reserves. In
Reserves.
excess, yes.
Reserves. Surplus. So I recommended taking it from the surplus and reserves as a one-time expenditure to beautify these gateways. Am I reading it correctly that the 14.8 million and 9.9 million excess in reserves?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. So that's then the required reserves, right?
Okay. And so further down, and I don't know where to bring this up, but if you want, if it's in this or the legislative stuff, but the beautification. When it was described later on, it was basically removal of blight. And I just want to clarify that my vision was not just in the removal of blight, but in truly beautifying these gateways.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So,
Councilmember Ramirez, that's a work plan item that will come back to you numerous times. It can be further refined. Most of the things in the budget, for lack of a better word, are placeholders. So that conversation will start.
Yep. I just want to make sure that that's clearly stated. Okay, and I did not categorize these, so I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
At one point on page 155, there was a reallocation to youth task force. I just don't recall that conversation. It was one of the bullets.
It's the shifting of the community coordinator position from recreation to police department to support the youth task force program there. And that's just shifting of responsibility. It's the intent of the program and what that position does hasn't changed. It's just where it's placed has changed.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Mm-hmm. And can you just confirm that the firefighter reclassifications to staff are to staff the 4th fire station?
Are in preparation of getting there.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. It's a plan.
And then the fire division chief, it's under construction fund.
Mm-hmm.
Am I okay in assuming that this is more of an oversight and not a position that would be given free will to put in change orders and things like that?
I think so. Specific to the position's being added to the fire department. The position's going to have oversight of the construction of the fire department in conjunction with our public works folks and so forth. So the council is the ultimate body that authorizes the award of the bid, if you will, and any kind of contingency that comes with it. So within that contingency amount, not just this one individual, but collectively the staff, the team, that's working on the project would make those determinations.
Okay, because I just don't want it to go over budget. And then can you tell me how much of a savings was there on unfilled positions?
I think typically we assume about 8%, which amounts, and again, this is just in the general fund, if you will,
right.
amounts to roughly about $4 million. And so we basically have already included in the budget, we account for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the rest are further down on the categories. Thanks.
Councilmember Klein? Councilmember Bracco?
I think what Councilmember Ramirez was getting at, Jimmy, is that going to come back before us before anybody's hired to manage the fire department and stuff, or the firehouse?
You mean the new fire station?
Yes.
Yes, we have to award. In fact, we'll actually be back on June 16th for a contract. We'll have to publicly bid the contract. It will have to be awarded by council, and the budget and financing will have to be approved and allocated by council. Council probably has 4 or 5 approval processes before that station gets built.
Okay, you weren't here, so I don't think you would know. When we built the police station, it was managed in-house, and it was a fiasco, and it went over budget. Andy knows it ended up in court. And when we built the library, we took lessons learned, and staff wasn't involved. We hired a good company, Nova Partners, to manage it. And they went through everything, found everything before they started construction. And there was only 2 change orders on that job. They were super minor. And we finished ahead of schedule and under budget. So I think we ought to take that into consideration.
Yeah, and I'll give you a sneak peek to my city administrator report. Our Public Works Director on the 16th will come to council and ask for the authorization to hire an external project manager for the fire station. I think you and others have had that same experience, and that's one we want to avoid.
Additional questions for Harjo? Right. Yeah, I think we can move past budget now. It seems like any more budget questions? I don't think so. Councilmember Bracco? Okay. Councilmember Fregati?
We can ask some work plan questions.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
One thing in particular I saw in going through the work plan when we went through strategic planning was that there's been a lot of time spent on high-speed rail, and specifically not super interested in burning calories with the city when we have other objectives, especially related to housing or related to economic development and whatnot, on things related to high-speed rail, given it's about $11 billion funding gap right now just to get the Merced connector going, and it looks like it's pretty dead in the water for some time. Maybe my grandkids will see it. But I know it's on the work plan there, and we had some discussion around that. Is this something we could take off the work plan?
I think it would be helpful. Sharon, could you come give an update on what the city's commitments are so far with high-speed rail and what the staff involvement is in that project?
Yes. We've been collaborating with the High-Speed Rail Authority staff and VTA staff, and really last year you probably saw some of the outreach that's being conducted in collaboration with them, and High-Speed Rail has been funding all that work, including the consultants that was doing the outreach effort. And in collaboration with VTA, they've gotten I think $900,000 grant from the federal government, and they were also doing some matching for that. So in the work plan, I think what you see is that, in collaboration with High-Speed Rail and VTA, we were going to develop a visioning study. And then that's going to become the information that will feed into the next phase, which is to develop a station area plan. So this is, a continuing effort. But, staff has been just participating in this. We haven't been funding any consultant or anything outside of that.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. I don't know what's up with the audio right now, but it's not coming through quite strong enough. I didn't hear.
You want to repeat? Can you repeat it, Sharon? We're having a hard time hearing tonight.
Okay.
Not just you, but others as well. So sorry. If you could go through that again, please.
No problem. Yes. So over the last year, I think you've seen some of the outreach that's being conducted in collaboration with High-Speed Rail and VTA. High-Speed Rail also, had a consultant that was assisting in that effort, and that was all being funded by the High-Speed Rail. And our staff has been just participating in that effort. And we also collaborated with the VTA staff last summer, and they obtained a $900,000 grant from the federal government. And they were also doing a matching, so it was about a little over $1 million that was going to be used for the development of the station area plan. So I think in the work plan you see the first phase is the visioning study that's being developed with High-Speed Rail and VTA, and then the results of that will be used to develop the station area plan. Will be the second step of that.
So those grant amounts, 1.9 million in total, you said? Those come to Gilroy?
About 1.1 for developing the station area plan.
So that goes towards our staff?
Not for the staff, but for development of it.
Right. So we have staff that we allocate to basically manage this visioning and everything else that we do, right? And so there's an opportunity cost to that too, right?
Staff time that's been participating in these efforts, working with VTA and the High-Speed Rail.
And when they're doing that, they can't be doing other things that we need in the city if they're doing that, right?
Yeah, and this is what, we've been continuing this effort from, I think, multiple years ago.
There's a fixed amount of time that we have, right, to do things for the city with the amount of staff that we have. And if they're doing high-speed rail visioning, they can't be doing other things, right, during those same hours, right?
During the
one
same
or the
hours.
other, right?
Yes, correct. But if I can just step a little further into this, so like I said, visioning study was going to be the first work product out of this joint effort. And then this will move into development of the station area plan. And the goal was for that to then become data that will be used to develop or update the downtown specific plan. So that was kind of what staff was envisioning.
And given what's happening on the bigger scale of funding and everything, it's not unlikely that this could be pushed out for some time in terms of actually executing on anything, right?
Actually, yeah, for the train to come here, that's going to be probably many years.
Right.
But this is all, just, I think the city wants to be part of the effort for the planning rather than to be left out. And that's why we have been participating. But this, up to council discussion.
Yeah, I just want to add to it too. Just I would say don't pigeonhole it to like the California High-Speed Rail visioning plan because it's not theirs. They just happen to be a partner in it. If they don't come now, there's still a lot of work that VTA is doing, who owns that property, who wants to develop that property, has plans to develop that property, and I would say. That they are a partner inside there, but it's not. We're not spending all this time specifically for the high-speed rail.
So this is going to be for more Caltrain?
No, actually.
What is it going to be if it's not going to be trains?
It's literally everything. Like anything and everything you could think of like a downtown station.
Buses.
From anything from commerce to where people live to how people access it to public space. Like it's all of the above, and I think that. I agree with you. I mean, I might not be able to use it either, but it is VTA's property, and they do plan on developing it. And on the other side, where Union Pacific owns, right, it's already a housing site that's in our housing element. So there's all these aspects that we are somewhat included in that space. Who ends up providing services out of there? I agree with you. You don't know who it'll be or who it won't be.
Appreciate the explanation.
Yeah.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. On page 245, the departmental work plans, so a lot of what we put forth, I understand there's the mandated, right? That's got to get done. But my concern is a lot of what we put forth as council for our in our strategic plan has been determined discretionary, if not all of it. And I recall coming to, I forget what you call it, a mid-year update or something like that, and looking at a whole list of things. And because of the resources that we have and the mandates required by other entities, the state, the federal government, reporting, that type of thing, that was all that was being done, were the mandated things, and the whole list of other things were not being done. So you know what I'm talking about, right? And so I guess the question is, how realistic, once they are identified as discretionary, are they to be actually done given the limited resources that we have?
Yes, Councilmember Ramirez, I think it depends on the department. And for example, on page 245, that's the administrative work plan. And as you can see, there's only one mandated item, that's district elections, because the council voted that in, and so we are legislatively obligated to do that. My division, my department, and my office mostly is discretionary work. But a department like community development with a housing element and general plan, you're going to see a lot of mandated, and you're going to get to the discretionary at the bottom. And that's where we do continue to tell council that getting to those items in certain departments are very, very difficult. But in a department like HR or finance or admin, not as many mandated items, but certainly those that are heavily regulated, public works, environmental, it continues to eat up more of our time because we are forced to do it.
If I may say something to follow up on that, Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
That actually brings to mind what Councilmember just said and what you just said, which is I looked at the high-speed rail situation as a core, and I look at the LAFCO thing that's on there as a discretionary. And when I go back to our strategic planning and things of this nature, and I go, wait a second, we need to be looking forward towards more revenue sources and things, and we obviously discussed this in strategic planning about attempting again possibly to get sports park area and whatnot into city limits, et cetera, boundaries, however it's defined. And then I look at the opportunity cost of doing high-speed rail as core, and I just have this disconnect with me on how one thing seems more important during strategic planning that we had, and the other thing's not as important.
I know, well,
Let me go with Councilmember Ramirez,
yeah.
unless you have a comment.
Well, I wanted to piggyback also on what Councilmember Ramirez is saying.
Okay,
before
piggyback.
She goes on.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I agree with both Councilmember Fugazi and Councilmember Ramirez. When we were doing the strategic planning, we talked about how economic development was very important to bring in funding to the city so we could do other projects. And yet, though, the downtown committee's suggestions are all discretionary. The gateway beautification is discretionary. When we were saying how important it was for when people came to town, they wanted to go ahead and put their businesses here. It's just, I agree, Councilmember Fugazi, it's just very discouraging to see. We say economic development's important, but we're not walking the talk. That's it.
Councilmember Hilton, did you want to piggyback?
Yeah, as someone who's been on this council and gone through 3 of these, I just want to really iterate the placemaker or the placeholder fact that it's actually on there. And I personally don't really pay attention to what's core or mandated or discretionary. But I think what moved those things up is finding funding, right? So the station area has $1.9 million worth of funds for it. That kind of bumps it up a little bit, right? So if there's something that's in the discretionary part, I've had a lot of things in the discretionary part and been told we're never going to get it. Well, if you put in a little bit of work and maybe team up with some council members and then other community groups and start advocating it and let it rise, and you guys have already seen stuff rise, from the general public and us just in like 4 months, and we get things done like really quick. So I would say look at that as like it's like it's not going to happen. We all can literally make it happen. One council member or mayor can make it happen. A community group can make it happen. And especially when you go out and find funding for it. So I would use that as encouragement, not as like, oh man, my item got down to discretionary.
But only if it's able to be funded. I mean, some of these are policy makers. So funding isn't going to help make a policy move.
But I'll comment on that too. So I'm going to jump onto what you guys have all said, if you don't mind. I'm coming from the same place as well. I mean, Councilmember Hilton's been through 3 of these. This is my first, and I see this item on Public Works, page 252. It's at the very bottom of the list, and it's discretionary, and it says beautification efforts for Gilroy Gateways, Highway 101 in Monterey. I see discretionary, and if this doesn't happen, you're going to hear from me, you know. So, and I
We'll
think
be harmonizing.
right. So that's my point, and I think that's Councilmember Hilton's point. As council members, if we want to see things get done, then we legislate and we network and we get things done. So that's why those terms don't scare me as much as well. But I appreciate everyone's comments about how important these line items are. So Councilmember Ramirez, take it away.
So I just have one final. On page 252, I just got a little confused with the numbering. I don't know if that's just a typo.
Just an error in probably conversion.
Okay, so are they listed in order?
No, it's the same order by category. The reference to the number is just a reference, nothing else, not in any order of priority or anything like that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I can stop now, I guess.
Councilmember Fugazi.
One other item in the work plan. I get the discretionary, and that's all great, but it's been discretionary for some time or talked about quite a bit, which is the Parks and Trails Master Plan and how old it is. And I know Councilmember Hilton, you've also discussed that as well as I have in strategic planning. And I'm more than willing to go into this with the open mind, Mayor, that you're talking about in terms of pushing things forward and whatnot, as long as pushing things away can also happen at the same time to make room for the things that we want. So it's not just a push things up, it's a push things down kind of thing. And the Parks and Trails Master Plan, especially given the budget situation for parks, having a fund that is available, because obviously it is quite costly. It does cost a few $100,000s to do something like that. It's again about prioritizing, I think, for the community, not an ad hoc strategy for parks and recreation, but an actual planned way to look at strategic improvements to our park systems, strategic hiring for particular programs, for particular community groups, and not look at this as piecemeal as it has been looked at for some time, and being able to have pieces of that like the Parks and Trails Master Plan. It should not be discretionary, but again, I will step back and will advocate, and I have people I know in the audience that will advocate for such thing as well, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Further questions for Harjo on any of the topics? Okay, we'll go to public comment.
Yes, Mayor, Council, at this time we have 5 speakers. First is Luis Ramirez, followed by Gannon Janish.
Good shots. Mayor, council, city staff, members of the public, my name is Luis Ramirez. I am the current chair of the Parks and Rec Commission. I wanted to add a little bit of color and context to these few pages we have in Parks and Rec. Let me take you back to about 2011 when Parks and Rec was actually a department. We had Parks and Recreation together as a department, not separate. It was about 33 people, had its own source of funding. The summer guide that came out was a highly anticipated publication by our parents who were raising their kids, who wanted to get their kids in summer programs.
You need to address us because when we
turn. Okay. You don't like the back of my head? All right. I want to make sure they see me. So now that publication used to be an inch thick. What's it look like now? Maybe 15 pages. Fast forward to 2020, right before COVID hit. No longer a separate department. Parks is with Public Works. Recreation is under administration. There were 13 in rec, and now that's down to 4. COVID hit. We're down to 4 to 5 people in recreation. It's under administration. It's funded with an annual amount coming from the general fund that we've heard in the budget. Parks is part of Public Works. 7 hardworking guys, I think they're all guys, who make our parks beautiful. The 4 people, 5 people at rec have been increasing their service outcome every year for about 5% with the same amount of people. So they're working. But it's not enough, not with $1.5 million. We just saw tonight that this funding that comes in, there are user fees that are being generated. Actually, $800,000 this last year, I think it was. That fund's going to be $2.1 million at the end of this fiscal year. That was unbeknownst to me. So it's kind of, Parks and Rec Commissioner, I would think that I would know that. So now that we know there's money there, I'm glad to hear that we're focusing on how to spend it. Our parks are in disrepair. I've said that before. You look at Las Animas, the bathrooms, the surfaces, the lighting. A good park is safe. It's well lit. It gets a place for people to hang out. A good recreation program is available to all. You know what it costs? I want to read some numbers to you. Currently, our residents pay $300 to put their kid in a soccer camp. $350 if you're late for the sign-up. To go to a baseball camp costs you $229. Swim lesson costs you $120. I didn't pay that much when my kids were growing up, and that's part of the culture that's been cultivated in the city council in the last 4 or 5 years. That recreation was kind of down here. I'm glad that we're putting a flashlight on it. We're focusing on it. The Parks Master Plan is overdue. I agree with that. That's the first step. Adding recreation folks who can put more programs. Those 3 people who would have come on board with the right amount of backup and some study into it, we could have come up with some programs. Maybe not now, but later. So I'll leave it like this. Thank you for focusing on Parks and Rec. It's overdue and it's much needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Gannon Janish, followed by Sally Armendariz.
Good evening, Mayor Bozo, council members. I stand before you today to implore you or ask to not cut or pause or delay or freeze or whatever verb we're using to diminish the budget of what once was a respected recreation department, now downgraded to a mere division. Do not touch the $1.5 million allocated to a team that, despite being chronically understaffed, persistently overlooked, and institutionally deprioritized, continues to serve over 60,000 members of Gilroy. Just days ago, Councilmember Fugazi had reached out, suggesting that perhaps I don't fully understand what is in the budget. But after reviewing documents, listening to discussions, and engaging with community members, I have to ask, does this councilmember understand what recreation means to the people of Gilroy? On May 19th, Councilmember Fugazi proposed reducing Recreation's $1.5 million allocation to $1.1 million and to move extra funds to potential code enforcement. Tonight, we're looking at budget documents that suggest denying 3 modest staff requests. Being denied somehow results in a $400,000 decrease. Other council members has described this as a freeze, or today described as a delay of the funds. Whatever you choose to call it, it's a cut. I urge you, do not touch these funds. The frustration in your community that you are representing is real and growing. This division is already being reduced from 5 to 4 staff members as the community coordinator is being reassigned to the police department. And yet, they are still being asked to do more. Let's be very clear. Recreation is a public good and a critical service. Recreation is where children build self-esteem, teens find mentorship, where seniors find community, and where neighbors across every cultural, generational, and economic divide find bond. To fund recreation is not a vote against public safety. It is not a vote against economic development. It is a complement to them. We've seen this before, cuts that never come back, and I fear that a potential $400,000 loss will become another line in a long list of things that the Recreation Division has lost and has no hope of gaining back. You are a council of parents, grandparents, past educators, youth task force members. Let your experience guide your decision tonight, please. So I say this plainly and with all due respect to each of you. Please adopt the budget as it was originally submitted. With recreation growing in staff, translation, leave the money where it belongs. Or don't pause the funds, whatever I need to say. Please show something to this city they haven't seen for some time. Show them that you have invested interest into a long-time disregarded recreation division. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sally Armendariz, followed by Maria Aguilar.
Sally, please.
After that young man, you said it all, girl. Yeah. What can I say after what that man just told you? I came here, but I want to thank Jimmy Forbes for clearing up at the beginning that the monies from the Parks and Recreation are not being channeled over to the code enforcement. Even though I appreciate code enforcement, the money should stay where they're at. But I also believe that some of the, besides what the young man just told us, I also believe that some of that money should be used to assist the youth with enrolling in the different programs that we have here in Gilroy for youth activity. There are so many families out there that can barely have enough money to buy food or even pay their rent. So they can't afford the money that the city charges to enroll their kids in soccer and baseball. And, you know, years ago we had a swimming pool on the east side that provided, you know, the children from that side of the tracks. That's where, you know, my kids and my grandkids learn how to swim. And between the city, the Gilroy School Board and the city council here, that was closed down, and they said, yeah, we have this big one over at Christopher Ranch, but sorry about that, Christopher School, but who can afford, you know? When I grew up, because I'm a Gilroy native, I never lived anywhere but Gilroy, the city of Gilroy had a bus that they'd pick us all up right there. It was called Busy Bee on IOF in Monterey, and take us to Mellow Dip, where the city paid for us to learn how to swim. And I don't see anybody in this city council caring about whether our children learn how to swim or not. You don't care because in your part of the town, you have a swimming pool. You know, you have recreation. You can take your kids to Disneyland. You can take your kids to Florida Disneyland. You can take them anywhere. But the families living on this side of town, they can't. So some of this money should be used to pay for field trips, for swimming lessons. You know, I'm from Caras, and when we take them to Christopher Ranch, they charge, sorry about that again. Okay, when they take them to Christopher High, we have to pay for them to go swimming. Why should we? You know, these are the children of the people that provide for you when you go out to dinner, you know, the people that go out there and pick the fruit so that you can have, you know, your nice salad. But you already know that. Why should I tell you? You know, so some of that money should be used for the children. It's parks and recreation. Recreation is needed. So don't complain if you see children out in the streets when you're not providing for them. And another issue is now I've gotten, like I said, I'm with Caras. I got a lot of calls, or many calls telling me that from senior citizens who are on fixed income that the city of Gilroy is raising their lunches from $3 to $5. Maybe $5 isn't a lot to you, because probably the tips you give when you go out to eat is a lot more than $5. But for someone who's on fixed income, that's a lot of money. You know, and some of you can turn your face.
Thank you, Sally.
Pretend you're not here.
We heard your point about the fixed income. Thank you so much. I've heard, but that's your 3 minutes. You're well past your 3 minutes, please. And there's other speakers waiting. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Next is Maria Aguilar, followed by Alicia.
Thank you. You have my email, so I already expressed my concerns to you. But earlier today, I heard that the seniors who now pay $3 for lunch are now being charged $5 at the senior center. So I do, the youth, I'm concerned about them out during the summertime with no activities going on for them. I wish that we had done something to take care of the kids now. I know you have this grandiose ideas about the master plan, that's in the future. But what about the kids today? They're out there with no activities. And the seniors, we could take some of those funds from the recreation department to maybe fund some of the lunches for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Alicia, followed by Ron Kirkish.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. Hard to follow Gannon. Way back when Gannon was in one of my recreation programs, so we've come full circle, I guess. I'm a Gilroy native. I grew up in Gilroy in the 90s on Kern Avenue in the Redwood Apartments, where horses were still on the corner of Mentelli. I grew up in recreation programs. It was a very robust program back in the 90s. Gail Glines was the recreation manager, and she was on site for a lot of these programs throughout the years. When I turned, 19, I decided to become a recreation leader, and Gail actually hired me, and about 6 months later, she passed. So I take great pride in the recreation program in Gilroy. I have children of my own. This year will be the first time they go to the, playground program at Gilroy Gardens. It's about one of the only programs in Gilroy that runs from 8 to 3. Other programs run 9 to 12, which for working parents like myself just isn't a really good option. And it's $300 per kid. I have 2 kids per week, so that's $600 per week. The time is now. We have about 60,000 residents in Gilroy. To put off recreation needs, I think it's just disheartening to me, and I'm just feel completely disconnected from the council and the needs of our citizens, both myself, who's a little older than Gannon, and people of Gannon's age. We want something to do. We want something fun, a communal aspect to really lift the morale in Gilroy. Yes, our entries would look really nice for people coming into the city, but for people who live and reside in the city, recreation could really give us that boost to be a recreation destination for people visiting Gilroy. Joe, the firefighter, mentioned disc golf. I know years ago someone brought a proposed disc golf course at Christmas Hill Park to council. I don't think it would cost $400,000 to do something like that. And myself, I love disc golf, but you have to go to Halyard, you have to go to Santa Cruz to find one of those courses. So please, please, please look into funding rec a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ron Turkish, followed by Jorge Vargas.
When Holly and I decided to start a family, we wound up having 2 boys. Okay. Is this better?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
When I first moved here to Gilroy, my wife and I, Holly, decided to start a family. Parks and Recs, as they were growing up, became a major integral part of our lives. All my boys enjoyed playing t-ball, baseball, basketball, swimming. It was a family event that we thoroughly enjoyed as they were growing. Today they're 40 and 45, so this goes back a ways. I appeal, like these folks do, that we do something so that their kids can have the same experience as my kids did in Gilroy. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Jorge Vargas.
Hello, everybody. Jorge Vargas here, and I have my son, Julian Vargas. You want to say hi, Julian?
Hi.
He asked me who the mayor was, and I'm like, it's him right there. Well, I'm here to pretty much say thank you. This board, council members, you guys gave me the opportunity to serve as a commissioner for Parks and Recs. It's been a pleasure to start getting to be involved in the community and really kind of try to make a difference, a positive impact in the community, right? And be a good role model for this little boy here, because that's what we're here for, right? Be great role models. You guys are great role models. And right now, I'm here to speak in favor of do not do anything with Parks and Rec budgeting or funding. The more, the better, as everybody else has been talking about. Julian, where do you go play soccer on a regular basis with training?
San Jose.
So he goes to play and train in San Jose because it's much more affordable in San Jose. And the facilities are that much better. So that's just one clear example of what Gilroy is lacking at the moment. And I'm here to support anything in favor of improving our facilities, improving access to soccer specifically, and in any sports in general. Because my son is important, your kids are important, your grandkids are important. A lot of people have been talking about grandkids, right? A lot of the members of the community have been discussing how they had experience in their life and how impactful Parks and Rec and programs are for their development. If you want to see less kids riding bicycles in the streets doing nothing that's good, we need to put more effort into Parks and Rec programs that are going to help those kids stay away from riding bikes and being up to no good. Because the more that they're involved in activities, the better that and safer the city is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. With no further speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. And back to council. Any additional questions or comments? I'll start with Councilmember Fugati.
Yeah, I just want to make a few statements here, if I can, on the budget. It is a very important aspect, as City Administrator said. I first want to thank the City Administrator, amazing staff, for putting up with all of us as we go through this process as noobs that we do. You put many hours into making this happen. It doesn't go unappreciated for me. It's definitely hard work. My vision for Gilroy in wanting to get up here and help do this is to help make Gilroy a place where we provide incredible services from a position of abundance, not one where we simply try to ration services from a position of scarcity. And we're in a different place now than in many of the times that many of you spoke about. We have looming and potentially serious revenue issues. Sales tax revenues in particular are not only dropping off, but they're dropping off faster even than some internally have predicted. In fact, they were supposed to be off by 600,000 and then a little more, and then now it's about just under 2 million, I think, Arjo, right? That it's down from what the projections were, if I'm not mistaken from your report.
For the current fiscal year, correct.
Right. Yeah. So that's not an insignificant amount of money when we're looking at the budget. And when you compound that with recent inflation, numbers that we have and a growing populace, we have to think that the cash cow that we had with the outlets and car sales, it's not what it used to be. And we have to really put a lot of effort, and I think this council is putting a lot of effort into trying to find new revenue sources and opportunities for the city. And it's not just me or others that are saying this. In fact, if you look at the budget report that they put together, there's a quote in there that says, "It should be noted that although the budget is structurally balanced, there is little margin for error, and that should any of the city's revenue estimates fall short, the city will have a negative operating margin that must be addressed through either revenue enhancements or service reductions." We might be fine for a few years. We dip into the reserves. We put our head in the sand. We hope for the best. We start funding lots of things. But I think that would be a dereliction of duty for all of us. Again, I envision Gilroy where we provide incredible services from a position of abundance, not one from a position of scarcity. Economic development for me and the rest of this council has been a number one priority above all during this series of strategic planning meetings over the last few months. And many of the things in the budget and work plan items and whatnot focus on that. So I just wanted to say those few words to basically say we're focused here, at least I know I am on the council, for scrutinizing budget, making sure we can put money where it needs to go, making sure not only that we have services for people, but there's justification for things from every department that we have, that we know what we're doing and that we're looking towards spending as wisely as we can for the community. And not take away money from where it is, but not grow things necessarily too early before we can actually fund some of them. So that's all the comments I have on that.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you. So just, I just need to clarify from my mind, if you'll bear with me, Harsho, sure, and Jimmy, if you can answer some of my questions. So just... And this is a very critical, as you mentioned, Jimmy, probably the most important thing we vote on. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding things correctly. So several months ago when the contract for the outsourcing of the swimming program came forth, I was really frustrated by that. and pushed back heavily on that because I wanted to know if we could do it in-house for less money, because it's such a critical and important program, as you recall me saying. So I just want to confirm that it is still on the schedule to come back in the fall with an analysis of what would be the best, most cost-effective way to provide the swim lessons and the open swim program to the community. That is still coming back to us in the fall so that we have plenty of time to make the decision before next summer. Is that correct?
In a rare moment of exceeding expectations, that will actually be at your next council meeting.
Thank you. Okay, so that's one thing. The 3 positions that are being talked about in the recreation program, if I remember correctly, when that was presented to us in the preliminary budget, it said that it would increase programming by 5%. Am I understanding that correctly?
The 5% growth is the natural expected growth in the recreation department annually. We did not have a projection on how much growth those 3 positions.
So that was just an unknown.
That's an unknown.
Okay, so if we do move forward with a systematic master plan, that would create a strategy and a plan forward that would identify, because I agree. In fact, Carol and I had a conversation about this today. This is absolutely unacceptable, the cost it is for kids' programs now. And so when I was reading about this strategic plan or this master plan, my hope is that it will look at all different options and ways of delivery. And if we determine that we can provide it in-house at a much reduced cost, that would then justify the onboarding of new staff members. Am I correct in this thinking?
I would say that you are. It is greatly dependent on cost recovery. And that's where the expense gets high when you try to achieve a certain level of cost recovery. That's what the $1.5 million investment into recreation is attempting to do, is offset some of those costs that people obviously can't afford to pay for. But I think what I heard from council when I did originally recommend the 3 positions is that a lot of questions that were asked of me, I didn't have the answers at the time, and they go as part of the puzzle and how you provide a recreation department. So you first need to see the programs that you have to do. You feel like swimming is one you have to do. You have to decide how you're going to do it, what's going to cost you, and then you move on to the other programs, and that's what we intend to do.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to determine is being as fiscally responsible in providing the services. I agree 100% about there are not enough programs offered and they are too expensive in what we do offer. But I want to be fiscally responsible in making the decision on how to move forward. So I felt that hiring or moving forward with these 3 positions is putting the cart before the horse, if you will, in, let's now just figure it out now that we have these positions. Is it more fiscally responsible to put the horse before the cart or the cart before the... Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yes, and that is why when we made the recommendation for the final budget, we were careful to say the word delay. Because we don't have the information, and I haven't given it to you. I've been asked for it, and it's not something you produce in a couple of weeks or from one budget meeting to another. And so we're committed to getting that information back to you as fast as possible, because I said in my opening statement, my goal as your administrator is to grow the recreation department. How we do that, we need to get together and get policy direction and give us what our parameters are. And one of the parameters we've been working with is the $1.5 million.
And would it be realistic if we said, let's say the council voted tonight to bring back those 3 positions, would we have a robust summer program this year?
No.
Okay.
Before you go on to the next...
But when would we have a robust program?
Next summer. When you have to define robust, by the way. But, there's all seasons. We have fall, winter offerings. I think the question I had, would we increase our programming? Absolutely, yes. robust in the eye of the beholder, but that would probably start more likely in the fall, but not the summer. It's already June, school's out this week, things like that.
Okay, and the funding for the gateways is, as I had asked anyways, would be to come from the, and I always mess this up,
Fund balance.
Reserves.
Yes.
Those can only be used as one-time spending, correct?
That is the
Not ongoing.
Yeah, I hate to use the word always because always isn't always, but that is the best recommended financial practice. It is exact. We would never advise you to do that. Councils do decide to do those things sometimes. It makes us cringe. But given that we have $4 million in excess funds, we realize that there are many things on your work plan that you want to do, and that's going to be about the only way you can pay for it.
Okay. But providing recreation programs is ongoing.
It is, but that's a different fund, and the recreation fund, as Harjo stated, generates about $400,000 above its expenses annually. So that's an ongoing revenue source
Correct.
that could be used for staff supplementation.
And staff determines that then, or with that savings in Parks and Rec?
Well, that savings will either go into the fund balance to grow that money that we're now using on things like proposing pickleball, or it can go on to increasing offerings that we believe are sustainable.
Okay. And then one more thing. The parks, the infrastructure for the parks, that now has been moved from recreation to public works.
Parks have been in public works for as long as I've been here.
Okay,
9
so
years.
So
that wasn't anything.
So we're not. Yeah. So that funding is a different funding source. Is my point.
Yes, but I believe those who have been here much longer than I remember when Parks and Recreation might have been together.
Right.
But I wasn't here.
Okay, but currently now that comes from a different funding
Yes.
source. Okay. That's it, I think.
Councilmember Bracco.
Jimmy, sometime upcoming, will we have the opportunity to look more at the Parks and Recreation on our fund recovery, if we want to change that?
Yes, Councilmember Bracco. The City Council actually has a cost recovery percentage that they've adopted by resolution, and as part of the discussion about swimming and other programs, we can update that as to what amount cost recovery. There are some programs that have none. There are those, especially the adult programs, that have a higher cost recovery amount. So you try to make it cheaper for kids, more expensive for adults, but that's all been adopted previously by Council, and that can be reviewed and amended.
When could we do that? Because that was a couple of councils ago, so when could we do that?
We could do that as part of the discussion with swimming that we're going to be doing next. We wouldn't do it next week, but probably going into August when you return from your summer recess.
Thank you.
Yeah, see, that's important for me to know, because for me to approve this budget, I don't want us to keep pushing or kicking the can down the road. We had a father come to us, when? 2 years ago? To talk about Fall Little League. And there were parents that were going to do this. And the council listened, the city listened, and nothing happened. So then they went to another city to do it. We just heard a father who has his son in soccer in San Jose, when we should be getting that revenue here in Gilroy. Disc golf was talked about quite a while ago here in front of the council. Nothing happened. I am not going to approve this budget with the hope that months later, maybe, we will get some of these programs going. I would like to see in August how much these programs are going to cost. We have the money. If we're getting $400,000 a year, then let's invest a couple of $100,000 into new programs. If they don't work out for a year and they're not making any money, then we get rid of the program. But the public has to support it. On the other hand, we are not going to penalize the families who cannot afford to put all their children in soccer or any of the other sports. I was so upset when I saw the $800,000 that we have sitting here, knowing that there were probably kids that never got to play soccer this year because of a $300 fee. How can we have a surplus with a high fee? So I want to hear every couple of months how recreation is coming along, what programs they're putting back, what's getting funded, what's not getting funded, to make sure that we are helping the citizens and the taxpayers who contribute to the taxes that get these programs running. Can I get an assurance that we could have a report every 2 months on how recreation's doing?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I think that comes from direction of the entire council.
Okay, council, what do you think?
But wait a second. Didn't you just say that in August this is what we're going to do? So he's already talked about that before.
But he wants it from council. I'd like it from council
Okay.
too. Am I the only one who wants this?
Okay, council, is there a thumbs up on that we continue the conversation about recreation programs? Is that about right?
To make sure that they're seriously looking at implementing them and doing what the public is asking.
Okay, as Councilmember Mark said, we have a thumbs up that we want to do that?
Whatever.
A report. A report. Are they looking into it? Are they planning for it? Do we?
This on your own? Like working with the city administrator and bringing it back? That's what we're already doing.
Why can't the council make that decision right now in front of the public and make it public record? Zach, whatever. But thumbs up? Do we have people that want to do it?
I have to know what it is.
It is what programs, the public has spoken. What programs could the city do? If they're talking about a swim program, can the city do it? If they want disc golf, can the city do it?
Okay.
Yes or no? Well, yeah, I wonder.
But isn't this? I believe the whole point of delaying the budget that we're talking about for Parks and Rec until this summer, which we've talked about, the finance directors talked about, the city managers talked about that. This is the plan, exactly what you want to do.
But how long is the delay?
So, we are talking about it this summer. I believe you talked about by August that we will be doing
All right,
this.
then we can hold it to it. Remember, food trucks
Okay.
started in December of
Okay.
23.
Public, you heard it here. August.
August.
Right. Go on the
August.
record.
You come back. August.
Yeah. Good question. Great. Good comment. Yeah. Other comments?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes. This is pretty much the exact reason why I brought this up in the previous meeting when I saw 3 positions on there and there wasn't any kind of justification, because I knew that there was an excess that was coming into this fund. And I also knew that there are a lot of different choices and decisions that people want to have and how they want to have their recreation, how they want to have subsidy, how they want to have all of these things. So it may come that, as direction to us on council, that you decide, hey, you know what? After staff puts it forward, we want 2 staff members and we want an extra $120,000 a year to subsidize our programs. And that's also very feasible. But if you rush right into hiring people without having a plan, and now you've ate up all of that money, and you're either going to have to try to come back to the general fund and have more than $1.5 million coming in there, or you're going to be able to look at it and go, wow, we really could use an extra $60,000 to help lower income people to get services. So that is the process of doing these things, where you ask the questions and you come in and you say, where is this money, where is it going to, and can we put a plan together first before we decide to spend it?
Yes.
That's all.
I agree with that. That sounds very good.
Councilmember Klein.
I would just say that we haven't had a lot of time to crunch these numbers, so this is why we're doing this, just to take some more time to get to the bottom line and really provide those things and understand it. So it's a process. So just be patient with us, but we're going to get there.
Further comments? Because I have some closing comments then in regards to this agenda item. First of all, regarding the Parks and Rec conversation. I have to really want to comment on what Councilmember Fugazi says and what Councilmember Klein says, and I think we all agree on it. I am looking forward to now having the opportunity. I know that folks do not like the idea of delayed, but we are going to be having a conversation about Parks and Rec and funding without having a conversation of anything else. So keep that in mind. I know that doesn't look promising right now, but when we're doing this in August, and we're not worrying about the other $200 million in a budget that we've been working on for 4 months, I'm really looking forward to this. And it is my instinct that the public is going to like the conversation that we're going to have when it comes to Parks and Recreation. And I love the comment that Councilmember Fugazzi made. This council wants to get this community to a financial position someday that we are budgeting and doing services. I think he used the term by having abundance and not by rationing. Here we are, in a community of 60,000 people now that has a a recreation department that is a quarter of what it was when the community was a quarter of it was right now. And we're arguing, trying to get 2 or 3 people back to think that you're going to get back to the old days. We're not going to do that by rationing, and that's what we're doing. And that's why you hear us talk about economic development. So, we're politicians now, so I'm not going to ask you to trust us, because that'd be a mistake. But I'm asking you to watch us and keep doing what you're doing. The public feedback is incredible. Think about this. 6-8 months ago, the idea of pickleball in this community was barely still a wish. And we're about to pass a budget where pickleball is going to be constructed soon. And that's because of public input. So keep doing what you're doing. That's my comments about Parks and Rec. I would like to finish by saying to staff, thank you very much. It's been an incredible 5 months. That's to all of you guys sitting over there at the table as well. I keep hearing the term from our staff members that this council's different. So apparently we're really different. And I hope you guys mean that in a good way most of the time. But I do know that you guys have met with us and talked with us a lot, more than you're used to in the past. And we're getting a lot out of it, and I hope you are as well. So I appreciate that to all the staff members for that. And with this budget going forward, I don't know now, but I hope we look back one day and say this is the day that this is a new Gilroy. That's my hope. That's my hope. So further comments, questions, Councilmember Hilton?
I just have 2 quick things. One is for any member of the public that qualifies for low income, there are currently funds in there, and oftentimes they end up having an excess of those. So ask. Don't just assume that there's no funds. Ask the recreation department. Ask a Parks and Rec commissioner to guide you through it. But there are funds available. And lastly, too, this is a very engaging Parks and Rec commission. The Arts and Culture Commission, just as well. And one of the things that they asked for in their budget is for engagement materials for the commission. They asked $17,500, but what they're really trying to get at is over the last 3 months, this group has attended multiple, volunteering themselves, multiple community events on the east side, the west side, and when they get out there, they usually have like a small table, Parks and Recreation Department, tablecloth, and then they're handing out stuff. Luis has done, and a couple others too. They've gotten like a wheel they can go around and like ask questions about programming, give away some free classes. So there's a little plug too for free classes. You got to go check out where they're going to be at. But I want to beef them up a little bit. I want them to look more professional. I want them to look like an actual Parks and Rec commission. I think it provides value when they're out there. I think they attract people to them, and maybe they can also, while they're out there, gain back some feedback for us. One of the reasons why the community showed up so deep tonight is, and you saw the applause for the chairs, is this commission is engaged. So I think it would be well worth the cost, the one-time cost. Up to $17,500 for whatever they need to make them look professional. That would be my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Final comments? Okay, I would like to entertain a motion on item 7.1.
I move.
Okay, I have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Marks to adopt a resolution setting the appropriation limit for fiscal year 2026 and adopt a resolution adopting the operating and capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 26 and 27. Adopt a resolution establishing the position control list for fiscal year 26 and 27, and approve the city priorities, council legislative agenda, and departmental work plans for fiscal years 26 and 27, and approve the boards and commissions work plans for fiscal years 26 and 27. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. We are going to take a break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 8:30. Just to let you know, for those who are expecting the on the agenda, I am going to pass over 7.2 and 7.3 and jump to 8.1 for the. So I believe a lot of people are here for 8.1, and we can get them on the way if they like, and then we'll get back to 7.2 and 3. Thank you. 15 minutes.
Hey, you bet. Yeah, thank you. She usually does, but hey. Mr. Hilton. It's a little better now, but like especially at the start, like when I was climbing, I was sitting like this, and it was like
Yeah, I mean,
there's that whole. The crowd was a little loud. Usually, like before,
we've also used offsetting of whatever the library is doing, so we'll try to run them out like that. Yeah, we want to it's not the same routine.
next thing, and then we may just do reminder training. We are out next time here. I realized I don't have your actual. For some reason, I thought I had your cell phone, but when I search for it, I can't find it. I don't know why. Yeah, it's wonderful. So let me. All right. I know I had it at one point. I don't know why. Okay. What's your? And now you show up. So all your texts in the back. I hate updated something. Sorry, I just need a little more.
Advocate with your council members. And you do it right now. Nobody's since I've been mayor, nobody's pushed. There's ups and downs. There's ups and downs. The question is how much of well, it's not always like that. I got to pour into a lot of reach out. Thank you. Thank you. First bell. That was the first bell. Which one? Everybody here? Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the meeting. As I said before, we are going to jump over 7.2 and 7.3 and jump to item number 8, unfinished business. 8.1, consideration of a resolution establishing a pilot program to allow food trucks in designated areas while updating the city's mobile vending ordinance. So staff report, please, Victoria.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Victoria Valencia, Economic Development Manager for the City of Gilroy, here seeking Council consideration of a resolution establishing a pilot program to allow food trucks in designated areas while updating the city's mobile vending ordinance. Tonight, Council is being asked to consider adopting the attached resolution establishing a temporary pilot program allowing food trucks to operate in designated areas of the City of Gilroy, as identified in the staff report that was included in your packets, and direct staff to implement the pilot program immediately and return to Council with an update prior to the expiration of the pilot period, and provide feedback on the proposed pilot zones and operational standards, including any adjustment to hours, locations, or permit requirements. So for some background, on May 5th, 2025, Council directed staff to enforce Chapter 16A, Article 2 as written. Vendors must move 100 feet every 10 minutes, and they are prohibited from operating in C1, C2, and C3 commercial zoning districts. At this time, current enforcement has prioritized health, life, and safety, and we've been focusing on permits. So we're checking to make sure that vendors have their City of Gilroy business license, mobile vending permit, as well as their seller's permit from the state and their Santa Clara County Department of Environmental Health permit. And just a refresher, we have two categories. We have a mobile vendor, which is that one. Sorry about that. So we have our mobile vendors. They operate under guidelines that are established in 16A Article 2, and then our sidewalk vendors, which are Chapter 16B of the code. Sidewalk vendors are the non-motorized vending devices that are operating on public sidewalks, pedestrian pathways, parks, or other public property, whereas the mobile vendor code covers all types of mobile vendors, motorized and non-motorized, in the City of Gilroy. All food vendors operating and vending in the City of Gilroy are required to have their health permit, seller's permit, and their City of Gilroy business license. All businesses, whether located in or outside of the city, conducting business transactions or operations within the city are required to obtain a city business license. Sure.
So you're going to require a background check?
So this is, as the code is currently written, what has been required. So this
is basically for ice cream trucks.
Basically, yes, what it has been in the past. So this is based on the 1997 Chapter 16A ordinance.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, so staff is working on drafting an updated mobile vending ordinance and bringing it back to council for review later this year. As currently enforced, there is no option for mobile vendors to operate for longer than 10 minutes at a time, though as mentioned earlier, the 10-minute limit isn't something that has been a priority of enforcement. We've been focusing on, again, the required permits. Since May 5th, staff has received interest and comments from local vendors, property owners, and event organizers in establishing a pilot program to allow some form of mobile vendor operations. And there's no doubt that food trucks foster community engagement, can be a lower cost business development than establishing a brick and mortar business, and can increase food accessibility where food options may be limited. Reviewing the 1997 ordinance, there have also been significant changes in safety standards since then, and the city can use guidelines in the recently adopted Chapter 16B related to sidewalk vendors as a starting point. A temporary pilot program could provide a low-risk opportunity to test food truck activity in different contexts and locations across the city. This could allow the city to gather data and community input before recommending permanent ordinance amendments. The proposed mobile vending pilot program could go into effect immediately and is being proposed to run until December 31st, 2025, or until an updated ordinance is adopted by council. The objective of the mobile vending pilot program would be to assess the feasibility and public response, ensure land use compatibility, evaluate traffic, parking, and pedestrian impacts, support economic development and placemaking, and then just as a reminder, all those required permits mentioned earlier would remain mandatory. In addition, any vendor planning to operate longer than 1 hour would also be required to obtain written permission for public restroom usage, either on the same parcel or within 200 feet of their vending location. And based on past council discussions, the pilot program would sustain a no mobile vending zone. This zone would exist in the areas listed here, Monterey Street and side streets from Leavesley to Luchesa within the public right-of-way, and then private or public property fronting or visible from Monterey Street. Permit pricing. So we do currently have a mobile vending permit. The processing time is 1 to 3 weeks, and that's the $158 application fee and $82 for renewal. This confirms the operator's identity and background. Right now, there is a background check and live scan that might be required, but speaking with our city administrator and our police department, at this time we don't feel that we would need to require that. So if council directs staff to not continue with background checks and live scan checks for mobile vendors, specifically food trucks, we could eliminate that requirement through this pilot program. There is an exclusion to that background check that applies if the operator is a Gilroy resident of at least 5 years. Additionally, a business license would be required, and that fee is $100 annually. All right, so there are 3 areas for council to consider in the mobile vending pilot program. Special events are downtown operations and private property operations. We'll start off with special events considerations. Food trucks have become an integral part of special events held throughout the city, some taking place in downtown, while others take place in shopping centers, city parks, private lots, and industrial areas. Under the pilot program, council may consider allowing food trucks with appropriate permits to vend at permitted special events for the duration of the event, as opposed to having to relocate after 10 minutes. By considering this change, event organizers could continue to invite food trucks to participate in local events. An event organizer could also have an avenue for creating a food truck corral through the special event permit process. And next is downtown. Staff has evaluated the following areas of the downtown, mostly outside of the no mobile vending zone, with the exception of 5th Street lot, which is right on the corner of Monterey and 5th Street. These areas have been, all 3 of these areas have commonly been suggested by the general public, downtown business owners, the downtown committee, and several recommendations from council as well. The first area, again, is that 5th Street lot. That's the lot located between Gardner Health Center and CMAP at the corner of 5th and Monterey. And this is a City of Gilroy-owned public parking lot. This could be designated for a food truck parking only during certain times, commonly Friday and Saturday evenings from 5 to 10 p.m. This would require signage and closure of the left turn lane to safely accommodate trucks, and it would trigger the need for readily available restrooms, portable or otherwise, within 200 feet in accordance with the health department regulations, if a truck is going to remain for more than 1 hour. Next is Eagleberry, which we talked about last time as well. We'd recommend parallel to the curb or adjacent to the curb. We do have parallel street parking available along Eagleberry from 4th to 6th Street, The size of some of the food trucks could pose a safety hazard for pedestrians and vehicles turning in and out of the lot. So we would, if that is the area that council would like to direct staff to look further into, we could designate certain parking spaces along Eagleberry. Lastly is Gourmet Alley and the adjacent parking lots. There are 2 parking lots adjacent to Gourmet Alley between 4th and 6th Street that we have identified 2 to 3 locations that are within that 200 feet distance that would be required for restroom usage. Let's see. All right, so these spaces would have minimal impact on traffic flow and maintain a safe environment for pedestrians, and these food trucks would not be parked in the alley, but along the alley in the parking lots. And if directed, staff could manage adding signage to designate spaces as food truck parking during certain hours, as well as ensure the spaces are blocked off during those hours for the food trucks to use. Council may also consider allowing food trucks to operate on private property along Gourmet Alley as long as proper permits are obtained and private property owner approval and restroom permissions are obtained as well. All right, and private property considerations. Some food trucks have partnered with local businesses to assist with activation of an area. Council could consider setting guidelines to allow food trucks to vend from private property. The city of Hollister, as an example, has the following requirements. Permitted zones, commercial, industrial, manufacturing zones, mixed-use zones on a legally developed site with an established use and parking, so not on a dirt lot. Prohibited areas would be the residential zones. And hours of operation, they have 3 different categories. One is pretty open, just 6 a.m. to midnight. Another option they had listed was mobile food vendor hours concurrent with those of the established business or businesses within that area. Or mobile food vendors could propose alternative hours of operation scheduled in which the vendor and developed private property owner or legal representative have agreed upon not to exceed that 6 a.m. to midnight time frame. So as a recap, Council tonight is being asked to consider adopting the resolution you received, establishing a temporary pilot program allowing food trucks to operate in designated areas of the City of Gilroy as identified in this report, and direct staff to implement the pilot program immediately, return to Council with an update prior to expiration of the pilot period, and provide feedback on the proposed pilot zones and operational standards, including any adjustments to hours, locations, or permit requirements. The alternative to this would be to take no action, maintaining the current code, and we would start enforcing the 10-minute limit. This would not be recommended. It would delay the data collection and public feedback needed for code modernization. Fiscal impact, staff has spent time on enforcement and monitoring at this point, and additional fiscal impact is expected to result from the processing of mobile vending applications as well as monitoring the pilot program. These costs may be offset if there is a fee established, but we would need to come back to Council with a recommended fee schedule for this. Public outreach over the last 2 years, staff has met with downtown breweries and tap rooms that would be most impacted by a change to the mobile vendor ordinance, as well as with community partners and organizations who often invite food trucks to downtown. Since May 5th, staff has engaged with the general public, small business owners, property owners, and mobile vendors. If Council chooses to adopt a mobile vendor pilot program, a resolution should be adopted specifying approved locations, times, and corresponding requirements. Staff will return in the fall with an update on the mobile vending pilot program and an update on the draft ordinance for Chapter 16A, Article 2. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Carol?
Okay. Yes, Victoria, just a clarification. So in this new proposal, we did get rid of they had to move every 10 minutes, correct?
We have not gotten rid of that at this time, but in the mobile vending guidelines, we don't have a specified time limit listed. So we just
We're
have
able
rights.
to. We're able to.
We're able to. So, in other words, all the food trucks do not have to move every 10 minutes,
Right.
correct? There was one thing that kind of concerned me, and I don't know, I guess it's up to the food truck owners to give feedback when they come up to talk, but is it a state law that if they stay in place for 1 hour, they have to have a bathroom?
The health department requires
Health
that.
department requires it, because I was thinking that probably a lot of people who are leaving the tap rooms or restaurants, they would go to the bathroom there and not really just buy their food and then leave from the food trucks. And I was just wondering if that is going to be mandated. So then the other cities that have them, they have these porta potties set up.
It varies per
It varies.
city. If it's a city-led program, then yes, sometimes they have opted to have porta potties or to allow food truck corrals in areas where there are already existing public restrooms.
Now, would a restaurant be considered, I guess it'd be considered public restrooms, if the tap rooms want food trucks, they probably would allow the people to go in and use their facilities. So that would be kind of nice, because wouldn't that be a hardship on the city to have to constantly be putting up the bathroom porta potties and then taking them down?
There would be an expense. I don't have that number for you at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then, okay. Then is the council tonight going to decide on the hours?
Council's being asked to consider the 3 locations, well, to consider a
The
pilot
locations,
program,
but
and
what
then the
about the
3
hours?
specific areas. Yep, and council would set those hours tonight as well.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
So the first question I have is in terms of the requirements for somebody to go back to selling in Gilroy going forward, and then ongoing under this pilot program. So you need to have obviously a health department permit, and that's required in most cities. Is that correct? Do you
Yes.
believe? And then you have to have a business license. Most cities that have food truck programs require that, right?
Yeah.
And you have to have a California state seller's permit for tax. And then you have a food truck permit of some sort in many of these cities as well, right?
Yes, and that would be similar to the sidewalk vending permit that we have. Those vendors apply for a sidewalk vending permit and a City of Gilroy business license.
Now, obviously, to execute this as quickly as possible for those both residents and obviously the food vendors and tap rooms, et cetera, that want to have this, how would we go about doing this in the pilot program, do you think, in a way that allows us to know that people are earnest in wanting to get whatever they need from Gilroy, but at the same time make it fast and quick for them while they're trying to get that process?
Sure, thank you. So it's up to council how you'd like to move forward with the enforcement. Right now, we've been directed to move forward with enforcing it as stands, which requires the health permit, the seller's permit, City of Gilroy business license, and the mobile vending permit. If council wanted to establish an amnesty period of 30 days, 60 days, what have you, council could make that determination. At minimum, we would still require the health permit and the seller's permit, and we would need to obtain some sort of proof that they're working on their City of Gilroy business license and the mobile vending permit. So that would be like submitting the application to city staff.
So that's something they could do online in just a matter of minutes. If they would already have the health permit and these other things, they just upload it onto the website.
Yeah.
And this is something that we could have as a city ready to go within a couple of days, you think?
Yeah, we could create something as simple as like a Google form or a SharePoint file for people to upload their information to. And that would be a good way for us to be able to track the mobile vendor interest as well.
And, okay, that sounds great. I think that's a really good solution. When it comes down to the locations, obviously, we already know that there's a desire in the center part of town, right there where the parking lot is, Gardner Health parking lot area, and trying to provide that for everybody downtown and for the tap rooms and everything. But I think that the time frames of operation might need to be different in different zones, and I'm wondering whether or not, as a council, we look towards maybe a scaling in or an activation to understand. Because, for instance, I think downtown we might want to have a midnight, right? It's not going to affect a whole lot of people residential or whatnot. But if you talk about by Gourmet Alley, there is some residential units and whatnot back there that if people were, getting food at 12 a.m., it might not be super happy people back there on Eagleberry. So I'd look to the rest of the council to discuss that part as well. That's all I got for right now.
Thank you.
It's okay if I comment? I just want to piggyback on what Terrence says, because I think there's a lot of moving parts tonight. I would like to go back to the requirements. So maybe we can even try to agree on that. Yeah. So it sounds like to me that what you've talked about and what you've talked about is a mobile vendor before coming to Gilroy, or if you live in Gilroy and you're going to do mobile vending here, you need to have a county health permit already and a state seller's permit already.
Yes.
Before logging on to the City of Gilroy's portal that you're going to come up with.
Yes.
Right? And that's and then the reason why they're logging on is so that they can apply for our our business license
And our mobile vendor permit.
and mobile vending permit. But before going too far, let's talk about that mobile vending permit and the things that we want to streamline on that as well, so everybody gets that. So you want to comment on that a little bit? Like what's required now, and then let's talk about what's not going to be required, hopefully.
Yeah, so our mobile vending permit application is where that background check and live scan are sometimes required if you don't have that 5 years of residency established in the City of Gilroy. So that's something based on, again, conversations with our city administrator and with our police department that we don't necessarily need to require at this time. It was something that, from my understanding, was required years ago based off of ice cream trucks, but also to establish a guideline for all mobile vendors in the city. So think taxi cabs as well as your door-to-door salesmen. So food trucks all got lumped into that same category. So council could decide that they no longer want to have food trucks specifically go through that identity permit process. They would still need the mobile vending permit because that tells us where they're planning to operate within the city, how they're planning to operate. But yep, exactly.
So if we take out background checks from the mobile vending permit, in your opinion, is that a really streamlined process now?
It would streamline it, yes, because then it's all City of Gilroy in-house. Once they have their health permit, once they have their seller's permit, everything else is here.
So now they come online or they come downtown, they get the mobile vending permit. There's no background checks. No live scan
would be required.
Pardon me?
That doesn't mean we're just approving people and not checking on them, making sure they're a legit business. But we would no longer have the fingerprint checks, fingerprint scanning, or the background checks.
Good. So then at that point, it's just a business license. And so talk a little bit about that. We talked about that before. How many departments need to approve that, and can we streamline this process?
Sure. So that's an online process. We could streamline it by providing like the SIC codes. That's something, if you're a business owner, that's been something that people have been asking for recently, and you don't really know where you belong until someone tells you where you belong. So we could set up a user guide and make it really simple for people. They'll know which code to enter. It'll still go through our various departments depending on where they say they operate from. There could be a home occupation application that's also submitted, but that's along with their business license. So there's no real streamlining. I think as a city we've worked really hard to streamline our business license process. But if anyone has any issues, I'm a phone call and email away and happy to help whoever.
So sorry that.
Getting out in the weeds on this now, home occupation stuff. If I apply for a mobile vending on our website, who approves it?
So HDL is our business license portal person. It goes to city staff for approval.
City staff?
So community development, PD, public works, I said PD already, and fire.
Why do we need all these different people looking at this?
It's just our standard operations.
But that's for
city
every
solar
business, though.
licenses.
So, but
That's every business that goes through that.
But to your point, if we establish, just hypothetically, we'd say, okay, we're going to allow food trucks in the 5th Street parking lot. then we know it's not going to be home occupancy and all of this stuff. Can it be can there be a business license application form developed specific to food vendors that doesn't have all of these other? We know they're only going to be vending there. So what would be necessary? I mean, and each food vendor, do they all have to go through the same process, or could, for example, the police department just say, look, if you're going to require food vendors to be in the 5th Street parking lot, we will approve all business license, all food vendors. Same with fire, all the other departments. And so it really only has to go to one approval process. Would that be possible?
I think in the long term, if we're talking about specific locations like the 5th Street parking lot, if we're going to allow food trucks there, there's going to need to be a longer process that's established. This is just the pilot program. We're trying to use things that we already have established so we can move as quickly as possible. Developing a different form might take a little more time. I can't tell you how much more time because it's in HDL's hands there. But we can work on it for longer. So
you're saying it would be faster to go through all of these different departments for each vendor, even though they're all going to be operating on whatever days we decide, whatever hours we decide, and whatever location we decide tonight?
I think it's going to be faster going through the process that we currently have.
Okay.
Just to get started, we can always decide if it's becoming too cumbersome, we can continue to evaluate this as we go on. If we want this to be immediate, then this is the process that we have.
But this is also a process for the whole city too. Just not. I mean, we're going to do a pilot program for downtown, but with this in mind, affecting the whole city in the mobile vending throughout the whole city. Correct?
Yep, it's up to the city or up to council how you'd like to direct staff to look at this.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
This all sounds super scary, which it is whenever you try to get a permit anywhere for anything. But I think in some of the discussions we had, one of the key things here is the city is going to streamline those processes, sure, but one of the things I think that's most important that just kind of got glanced over a little bit is we're going to have, hopefully, an agreement on some form of an amnesty to start this out, right? That was part of the discussion that I know we had offline. So if you kick this off, they will have an amnesty period, meaning staff will have an amnesty period that will hopefully be far in excess of how long it's going to take for you to get back, an approval from the city. And that way there's no delay in going forward. Now, obviously, if you don't have a health department approval, that's certainly going to stop you right there because that's the county. It's going to take you a long time. But I think this is a really new way, in my opinion, of the city approaching some of these things, which is we want to get people working, we want to get them going, we want to get them moving on things. So why don't we just say, hey, if you've registered in and we're now doing our part, you can still go out under this pilot program. And I think that's a good way to hit it.
Provided they have the health certificate and also the state.
The health and then obviously the state tax,
Seller's permit.
Seller's permit, yeah.
Seller's permit.
So I have a clarifying question. What we're looking at is specific to downtown. But what about, or are we, even asking this question, is it opening up a can of worms? But food trucks popping up at the outlets, things like that. I mean, are we just saying the only place they're going to be allowed to operate in the city of Gilroy is whatever we decide tonight?
So included for consideration tonight, downtown, private property operations, and special events, as well as that no vending zone along Monterey Road from Luchesa to Leavesley.
So private property would be the outlets. Outlets is private
Right.
property. They would need permission from the, okay.
So if I could expand on that a little bit, I'll give two examples about the private property. That's what you just asked about, right?
Right.
So earlier she talked about Gourmet Alley. right, private, there's some spots on that have private property that would be potentially used for something like you just talked about, right? It's the county health permit that dictates the needs to do that, correct?
The restrooms, yes.
The restrooms, right? So the hosting property, let's say there's a tap room that really wants to have a food truck nearby, right? But council is suggesting that we do not allow them on Monterey Road. So that person finds a place in private property in Gourmet Alley across the pedestrian of the alley, right? So let's say there's a parking lot. By county regulations, not really city regulations, county regulations, that they need to be within 150 or 200 feet?
200 feet.
200 feet of a bathroom. So that same analogy applies to the outlets, for example. So if we're not saying that there cannot be food trucks, they can only be in downtown Gilroy. If they're going to be on private property in a what they call a hosted area or property, then those requirements have to be followed.
They have to be near the bathrooms.
They have to be near the bathrooms.
Approval of the outlets
Yes,
or whatever.
and at the similar hours, right? So if a food truck sets up at some hours, then that business has to stay open through those same hours to comply with county health permits.
And that's what we'd be looking for council direction on,
And
specifically
yeah.
those at the same hours
Yes.
versus just having restrooms available. I think there's a difference there.
Okay.
Would it be helpful to tackle each area at one time, start out with the permit? So baseline permits, or first, if this is okay, Jimmy, Andy, for me to do. So baseline permits. Do we want to start out with an amnesty period? I'd recommend 60 days to get through city staff reviews of business license and mobile vendor permits.
I would say I'm okay with that, but they have to have submitted an application.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So right now we're saying amnesty period, 60 days. They need to show proof of their seller's permit and their County of Santa Clara health permit and proof that they've submitted their business license and their mobile vending application. Okay.
Do we have to vote on that?
We still have public comment. So she's just going one by one.
Yeah, just to make sure we're addressing all of the areas.
Okay.
Okay. Next would be downtown. So we had the three areas we talked about, the Gourmet Alley parking lots and the private property along Gourmet Alley.
Can you go back to the permitting? Would it be okay now to remove the background and the live scan of that permitting?
Okay.
Yeah, I thought that we talked about that. Yeah,
Okay,
but thank you
but
for
just
saying
to
that.
make sure we state it?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councilman Bracco.
Yeah, on the locations, why can't they be like on 6th Street, 5th Street, the side streets? Our goal was Monterey Street, and now we're just getting into all kinds of other stuff. I don't understand why we need to make things so hard. If you have them at the parking lot at 5th Street, yeah, that's great for the Tab House across the street there, but what about the guy down by 6th Street?
For 6th Street specifically, I'd go back to our events conversation about 6th Street and Monterey Street being main arterials. So we try to prohibit any sort of extracurricular activities on 6th Street, just because of the traffic flow. 5th Street could be a consideration, 4th Street could be a consideration, Lewis, Martin, all of those streets could be considered. We start probably at the most restrictive based on what we've heard the council say. So if council just wants to limit vending on Monterey Road and allow vending to occur on the side streets along Monterey Road, that's something that we'd be looking to hear from you tonight.
But I believe that the downtown committee discussed that for quite some time, and that was a recommendation from downtown committee that not the side streets.
Correct.
But with that being said, and maybe that's okay tonight, the whole idea of a pilot program is that this is really malleable, right? Let's get in and make some selections tonight with the idea that, Gourmet Alley, let's study Gourmet Alley. How are we going to activate Gourmet Alley, right? Is there maybe one side street, but I think we have to stick with the recommendation from the downtown committee right now that side streets are a no-go at this moment. But the point of the pilot program, is this is the time where we get feedback from the community, get feedback from the food truck owners, and let's massage this as we go. Okay. So go back to location. Sorry.
Okay, so the locations we had in downtown: 5th Street parking lot, Gourmet Alley, and Eagleberry. So looking for direction on establishing one zone, allowing them in other zones, looking for some feedback on timing.
I would say at least talking about, you mentioned activation of Gourmet Alley, and I know that's a whole different discussion, but two things I have with that is that has to be part of the discussion, because that's what we did the project for, and now we're going to activate that, and this is part of that process for the restaurants and tap rooms to be able to tie into that, and Gourmet Alley allows you that ability to do that. I also like to ask this question about, could a brick and mortar business be able to use a food truck in Gourmet Alley for a special event, like you do special events on 5th Street or on Monterey Street? Could they utilize that way too for special events?
At this time, we haven't allowed that.
Right.
We would need to look at the location of the business, because depending on how close they are to a different building, they could pose a fire risk.
Right.
And then we also need to look at the size of the food truck. We need to maintain ADA accessibility within the alley, so the size could be a limiting factor. But as a rule, we haven't allowed food trucks or any sort of cooking in the alley during special events.
Just want to throw it out there as part of the discussion.
So back to, let's just say, you mentioned one of these parking lots. So let's do another scenario like we were doing before, if you don't mind. So 5th Street parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
So tomorrow, applications start coming in, inquiries start coming in. What happens?
Sure. So the 5th Street lot would require some staff to do traffic control setup, and the soonest that we'd be able to get that set up would be June 12th, and that would line up with Downtown Live. It would give us time to receive applications, confirm that they're valid with the state and the county, and then get 5th Street or Eagleberry or wherever filled up.
So I would just like to say that as we go through this process, I'm going to suggest that we give a lot of consideration to the events that happen downtown, and that whatever we decide in terms of location, days, hours, that if an event is going on at that time in the downtown area, that they don't get to do it then, that they have to apply to the event organizer to have their food truck there. So, for example, if we're going to do 5th Street parking lot, and they can be there, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or whatever, they can't be there Thursday during Thursday Night Live unless they work with the event organizer. Mm-hmm. So they don't get preference, and the event organizers don't have to work around them, I guess is what I'm saying.
And also, I'd like the council to think about, if you do the 5th Street parking lot, that's right behind Garlic City and Aldo's. That's taking away their customer parking lot. Just think about it.
So the 5th Street parking lot, just as a reminder, is between Gardner Health Center and the CMAP building on the corner of 5th and Monterey.
I was thinking you were doing the other one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we
then
did
I retract
also
what I'm saying.
Yeah, and we
Okay.
did look at the parking lots along Gourmet Alley, and we've identified 2 locations in each lot where food trucks wouldn't mess up traffic flow, pedestrian safety, and I think it's 4 parking spaces that
Now,
it would take up.
because that's a good idea. 5th Street parking lot, it's very central. But for some of the big food trucks, are they going to have a difficult time driving, backing out of there? Because they're not going to be able to go to the alleyway and make that turn, are they? Because they're so big?
Yeah,
They'll make it fine? Okay. They'll make it fine. Never mind.
Yeah, and if it's not fine, I mean, the point of the pilot program is that we
Well,
can
they come in
learn
one way, but
and
they
learn
use
from
it
the
every
food
way.
trucks, learn from the public.
all right.
So we'll have staff. We can address the issues as they come up as well.
All right.
Councilmember Hilton.
So you're asking for feedback on the time too, and right now the 5th Street parking lot you say allowed Friday through Saturday, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. What kind of feedback did you get back on allowing that to maybe be 5 p.m. to midnight?
So when I went out and spoke with the breweries and tap rooms, most of them are closing by 9, 10 p.m. I don't know if there's a plan to expand your hours over summer, but most of them along Monterey Road, that was the time that was suggested, that 5 to 10 p.m. time frame. And the most common nights they were inviting food trucks were Fridays and Saturday evenings. There was a suggestion to expand that to Thursday through Sunday, 5 to 10, so that's what's included in the resolution.
I've also heard feedback that, outside of the tap rooms closing at 10 p.m., that there are bars that are open later too, and sometimes there's restaurants that are not open, tap rooms are open, but there's still a nightlife happening down there. So, I mean, I would want to get some discussion to see if at least the 5th Street parking lot can be open until midnight. I do agree with you. Okay, I'm glad that we agree on that. But I do agree that midnight on Eagleberry would not be cool. There's residents there and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'd like to at least get that up to midnight.
Why not just let the market dictate it? If they have customers at 1 o'clock in the morning because the bars are open, well, why not let them continue?
I'm fine with
that. Because I'm sure when business drops off, they're going to pack up and go home.
Sure. I don't care.
So I would like to see us remove that.
2 p.m. I mean, unless there's some regulation that says we can't. 2 a.m. Unless there's some regulation that says we can't.
I certainly understand the idea of being open that late, but it is a closed city parking lot that requires staff to get those folks out of there, and so we would probably be looking at a pretty significant cost to have it open that late, knowing it had to be done by city staff. It's not insurmountable, but it's just something you should be aware of.
I think we should do it on this pilot portion because, I mean, if you got to close it at 10 or you close it at midnight or 1 o'clock, what difference does it make?
Can I ask, Mr. Forbes, what does city staff have to do at the end to get them out? That's the part I'm not getting at.
Well, if it's especially at the 5th and Monterey parking lot, there's a turn lane that would be closed, so the traffic signal would have to be reignited. We'd have to get the parking lot back to returning to a condition of where regular cars can park the next day. So there's certainly a closing component to getting that converted from a food truck park to a regular parking lot.
But then that brings up another topic. If that food truck leaves his area a mess, that's it. He's not allowed back there. So they have to take responsibility for cleaning up after themselves because we want to make it as easy as possible for city staff.
This is why it's a pilot program.
Yeah.
Which is another reason why you have staff there to see who's not
So is
cleaning
12
up.
two owners?
Yeah, is there a compromise?
I think this is going to be very dynamic, as we've said.
Right.
We want to encourage business, and if there's numerous food trucks there till midnight, and they are paying fees and things like that, that's probably going to be okay. If we have staff out there after 10 and nobody's there, then we need to reconsider and say maybe. But I'm with you. I think we just go with what the market tells us and what the public demands, and we can adjust.
And get that feedback. If we extend it to midnight and you have a bunch of people saying, you know what, I had lines still, wanting to eat, then I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that form that I mentioned earlier that we could create to start collecting the information, we could include a section that says what hours do you plan to vend from, or what are your preferred vending hours, so that way we can start to get some feedback that way too.
Great. So 12 o'clock.
5 p.m. to 12,
so
Friday
far,
through Saturday.
So far, we're going to have public comment still, so we'll get some great public comment.
I would like to encourage the council to give us a range, and then let us adjust that from weekend to weekend. We don't want to have to come back to council and say, can we lower that by an hour? And that'll be on us to get the feedback and to make the right business decision.
So like 4 to 2 a.m. and then you.
So let's finish the conversation with staff, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we can kind of solidify the times.
Okay, so right now, I think I just heard, I don't know if it was serious. Okay, 5 to 12.
But we want to hear from the
Yeah.
public.
Yeah. That would be okay too.
All right, and that's specific to the 5th Street parking lot,
Right,
Thursday through Sunday.
right.
I don't think we said Thursday through Sunday.
Friday and Saturday?
I think we said Friday and Saturday.
Well,
I would say.
I think we should go to public comment. I think we should go to public comment and hear from the public first before we get too far into definitive. Let's
Well,
hear from them.
and
I
that's
think it's a
fine, but
mistake.
I just want to say, if we land on 5th Street, Thursday would be out unless they worked with the event organizer for
I don't
for
completely
the summer.
understand that either necessarily,
well, Thursday
council
Night
member.
Live is right there.
Well,
at 5th Street.
No, it's now down a.
No, but the band is going to be there. Well, at the end, it's still going to be congested, and then they have food trucks themselves.
Okay, all right.
You have further, so we've had locations, we've had guidelines and requirements. What else?
And then just for locations, are we considering just downtown, private property in other areas of town, shopping centers and whatnot, and special events?
Right, so the other areas of town as of right now are private property.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, for right now. Again, pilot program, this is malleable, this is the whole idea, get feedback. Okay. How about some public comment? Okay.
Yes, Mayor, Council, we have 8 speakers this time. First is Matthew Gellison, followed by Diego.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. Obviously, a lot has changed over the last few weeks since we began the conversation about food trucks, and I'm happy to kind of see it trending, we'll call it in the right direction for now. Obviously, it's still very malleable, and nothing's been solidified so far. But I just want to encourage you to keep the conversation going, really start, getting down to the nuts and bolts. If you hear from some of these other food truck owners, I'm just a business owner. I can't pick up my shop and move it elsewhere. As much as sometimes, in my frustrations, I wish I could. But for these other folks, they've got other options. They've got other cities that are more friendly to food trucks, and quite frankly, it's an opportunity we're missing out on because it does drive in business. I can report to you over the last couple weeks, there has been a substantial decline in the amount of people in downtown. They're going elsewhere, more frequently Morgan Hill, just because they do have things that we don't, food trucks included. Morgan Hill's found a way to introduce them and have a thriving restaurant scene. And so we're losing out on revenue, tax dollars, things that we might need in the budget that we had just passed. And to see that grow, we want as much as that we can grab. And so just really consider, getting something done. It might not be the prettiest at the moment, but at least it'll be functional and we'll get the wheel turning, and we can really just keep this going and continue on this pilot program and just get Gilroy going again. No more steps back, only steps forward, and steps forward in the right direction. So thank you guys for your time, and I hope we get something going tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Diego, followed by Alicia.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Diego Vasquez. I just want to thank you guys for your consideration in this subject. I kind of just wanted to share a little bit of personal kind of things regarding this subject. So my mom is a business owner. She owns a mobile food truck. She worked 2 jobs as a single mother of 3 in order to gather enough money, to complete her dreams of opening a food business. This has provided my family with economic stability and opportunities. It has allowed me to continue in school and have dreams of attending college, which is something that I plan on doing, as well as attending medical school to become a doctor. And that is made possible by her business. But with your recent decisions to ban food trucks, that dream has become more and more financially impossible. And I just want to, just ask you to be fair and recognize how much your decisions affect members of this community, not only business owners, but their children and their families. And I encourage you guys to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Alicia, followed by Melanie Rainison.
I'm sorry, can you say who's next again, please, Bryce?
Yes, next speaker is Alicia, followed by Melanie Rainison.
Thank you.
Hello again. I was here December 5th, 2023, speaking on this topic. I see a lot has been done since then. I know things sometimes move slowly in the public sector, so I hope that all of you can come up with a concise program or something to address these issues, although I'm a bit confused what the core issue is of the food trucks. I thought it was that the food trucks were taking away business from the brick and mortar businesses, so just moving them a little off to the side doesn't really make sense to me because you're still going to have that issue. I also don't understand why there's a ban on Monterey Road. You're going to be taking up parking spots if you move them to 5th Street. So if the parking was an issue, I don't know that you're necessarily alleviating that issue. So once again, I feel very disconnected from the council. I still consider myself the younger generation in Gilroy. And when the food trucks were down there, outside the tap rooms that were grandfathered in to not have to have food in their establishments, since you all have changed that requirement. Now if you're an alcohol establishment, you do have to have food in your establishment. So like I said, there's a disconnect there from, I think, what the owner of Pour Me was saying, that he's seen a substantial decrease in foot traffic. I would agree. I mean, I've driven down there and there's not people down there. So I really want you all to come up with a concise plan for this program. On May 5th, 2025, it was stated that a mobile vending permit was available on the City of Gilroy official website. That is not true. If you go on there right now, there's not a mobile vending permit application. It's on Huddle. It's just a PDF. So, that needs to be fixed. I'd like to see La Patrona back out on Camino Coffee and just, drive foot traffic down there. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Melanie Rainison, followed by Jeff Orth.
Good evening. So I'm Melanie Rainison. I'm going to speak on behalf of the Gilroy Downtown Business Association. We are in support of the pilot program being proposed. There are a few little things that I wanted to speak about, and that was for you to consider allowing use of the side streets, not 6th Street, because I do understand with the transit and certain things, traffic flow could be affected. So side streets maybe being 4th, 5th, possibly 7th, just to allow even designated times. So if it's after hours of businesses closing, maybe just be in closer proximity to the restroom usage and maybe lighted areas. The other thing would be for the special events that have permits. So now there's event zones. So maybe considering where trucks could be during those event zones or during event use. So to use 5th Street, for example, for Downtown Live, if we could use 5th Street instead of being in the parking lots or in the CMAP parking lot, that might not be ideal for use of Downtown Live. The last thing would be to consider allowing the proposed use within private property. Examples could be Camino Coffee, Fiesta Depot, to use their parking lot areas, but maybe not within a certain distance of businesses. I think there can be a compromise of where trucks can be located. There was a little specification in the proposal that said visible from Monterey. I don't know what that really means. How far can you see a food truck on Monterey? So I do agree with Monterey corridor not having, being parked on Monterey Street. But for private properties, maybe if it's in their parking lot or within that zone. So just a couple of things to consider, but I'm glad we're moving forward and that there is some proposal for a change. The last thing would be instead of waiting till December 31st, I don't know if there's a time frame, incremental time to review it and maybe make adjustments. So after, 2 months or something, every 2 months to look at it and see just how things are going. Or maybe it's monthly, I'm not sure. But maybe something a little bit more incremental instead of waiting till the end of the year. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jeff Orth, followed by Jesus.
All right, I'm Jeff Orth. I'm the past chairman of the board of the Gilroy Downtown Business Association. I want to thank Mayor Bozo and the City Council and Jimmy Formas, the administrator, for giving me an opportunity to speak. When it comes to food trucks, the views are really wild and varying. Anywhere from I love them, I can't do without them, to I hate these things, why do we have to put up with these things? The other thing you need to think about when it comes to food truck is that from a very sensitive point of view, there's a real place in the world for entrepreneurs, and food trucks offer that kind of opportunity to people. Carl's Jr. was started by a guy with a hot dog cart. On the other hand, you've got businesses in the downtown that have literally spent millions of dollars, in one case $2.5 million, to create a world-class restaurant and a great watering hole. And so you have to be sensitive to both points of view at the same time. I like what Victoria's done here, that there was a lot of heavy work lifting done to put that together. And so I agree there's got to be defined spaces, specific days of the week that you can do this sort of thing. There needs to be qualifications, rules. They need to be managed by somebody. And there needs to be, once again, consideration for the brick and mortar buildings. I think that you could use some help in managing this kind of a process. And the GDBA is in a really good position to do that sort of thing, as we have managed many events in the downtown successfully and helped other organizations do the same. So I think there's an opportunity here to work together. When it comes to the locations of the lots, I think that probably the best location is the one on the alley. And the reason the one on the alley is because we spent a lot of money poisoning the alley for activation. Now let's really fully utilize that alley. And so I think that's a place. There's also two other places that weren't discussed that also might be excellent locations for food trucks. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say. We want to do something that's really fair for all concerned, and I appreciate your opportunity to let me present. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesus, followed by Madeline Mondragon.
Hello. I think you could keep it brief because you guys did cover a lot of what I was going to talk about. So a group of vendors, mobile vendors, met, and what they came up with was similar to what you guys came up with. So obviously that's a good start. Some of the stuff that they were recommending was Gourmet Alley, 7th Street, the railroad parking lot, and the private parking lot. So you guys did mention some of those. So the main difference that they are talking about are the hours. If they have people coming late, then they want to be able to serve them because obviously they also need to make money. So they were talking from Sunday through Wednesday, 7 p.m. to 12 a.m., and Thursday through Saturday, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. And again, these are the vendors saying the times where they make their money. So just keep that into consideration.
Thank you. Good. Next speaker is Madeline Mondragon, followed by David Almeida.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Madeline Mondragon. I am the owner of Mariscos El Patron, a mobile food truck. My food truck has a health permit and we pay taxes just like most other businesses. Many of us food trucks work together because we care about our community and enjoy supporting downtown. We have seen how lively it gets because we are there. Being in downtown attracts more people and it gives a different vibe. People enjoy our food and the whole experience of it. If you put us in a designated area, we are willing to put our money in together to provide maintenance and restrooms. Please work with us and include us in these discussions. We are business owners and deserve our voice to be heard. And about the restroom situation, our food trailer does have a restroom, so I feel like that wouldn't be a problem with us. And for our customers, just so I won't disturb your guys' restrooms that you guys are willing to provide for us. So I feel like that helps us out a little bit, and you guys as well. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is our last speaker, David Almeida.
Hi, my name is David Almeida. I'm here to speak specifically on what I believe is the right of a licensed food truck vendor to park in public parking space and do business that they're legally allowed to do. I'm not speaking specifically to organized food truck corrals, but more specifically to just the general ability for food trucks to be able to park in public parking places and do business. I don't think you haven't heard from anybody here today, and I don't think you would hear anybody argue that food trucks don't need to have every type of permit required by a brick and mortar restaurant. But what I think you are hearing is, why does a food truck require additional restrictions, additional permits, background checks, and additional fees for the privilege of being able to conduct their legal business? I believe California state law is clear. SB 946 in regards to sidewalk vendors, and California Vehicle Code 22455 in regard to food trucks. And the state cites that cities can only regulate public vendors for the purpose of public safety. In fact, the cities of Anaheim, Los Angeles, Monrovia, San Diego, Fontana, San Bernardino, and others have all been sued on the basis of laws doing very similar restrictions that have been proposed here tonight. So, in regards to the proposed ordinance tonight, I just ask, what is it that makes the public safer if food trucks are allowed to park on Eagleberry but not Monterey Street? Is Monterey Street more dangerous than Eagleberry? What makes the public safer by dictating trucks cannot be visible from Monterey Street? What makes the public safer requiring a special vending permit not required for brick and mortars? What makes the public safer for instituting arbitrary time limitations that are also not applied to brick and mortar restaurants? How is the public made safer by requiring them to be more than 25 feet away from an ATM or more than 600 feet from an entertainment business? But put plainly, I think this is primarily anti-competition, reverse engineered to appear as to be for the public safety. Council members and downtown committee members have said this pretty plainly. At a May 5th council meeting, one council member asked, can we get this done by June because the restaurants down there really want no food trucks? This isn't policy making based on safety, that's policy making based on who has the loudest voice. Another council person stated, first of all, you have to determine where we don't want food trucks, in my opinion, and work from there. Another said, those tap rooms, there's only really 3 that are currently using food trucks. How about them using our brick and mortar restaurants? If we do this right, the tap rooms won't have the ability to necessarily circumvent that, and restaurant businesses will come in because they will know they don't have to compete with food trucks. Sorry, I'll finish up. None of these measures seem tied to safety data. They seem tied to economic protectionism. So I urge you to reconsider this ordinance and avoid putting the city in a position to potentially be sued. We can support all members of our downtown neighborhood, including restaurants and food trucks, but only if the rules are fair, lawful, based on evidence. And as Councilmember Fugazi stated, let's create a city and downtown of abundance, not one where the city utilizes limited resources to pick economic winners and losers.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, we have one additional speaker, Jorge Vargas.
Thank you for your time again. I'm up here because I love food, and I'm here in support of them. I moved to Gilroy, as many of you may know already, earlier in the year when I introduced myself to the board. I come from Morgan Hill, living there 7 years. You guys, we all experience Morgan Hill. There's a lot of thriving businesses in the downtown area. It's beautiful. That's something that you members of the council are striving towards. I applaud you for that. I want to create a better community. But when I moved here 3 years ago, I literally took a drive through downtown, and I was really sad. I had the opportunity to purchase a home here, and as you know, I've been a member of the business community here for 11 years, being the general manager of In-N-Out Burger. I would love for businesses to stay open as late as 1:30, just like In-N-Out does. The lines are out the door, out the street, big amount of people wanting to eat late night. I want more businesses to be open late night and encourage more foot traffic in the downtown area that when I'm off, I want to go enjoy. I want to go enjoy a beer once my kids are home asleep at 9 o'clock and it's 9:30. I want to go have a beer with my wife and have a little date night one-on-one and bond. But yet there is really none of that, because where do you go have a bite and a beer at the same time? Nowhere. The few very limited places that are brick and mortar are very few, and that limits where you could go. Yes, there's Tempo, and they offer some kind of food, but what if that's not what you're looking for? The food trucks offer that. So I'm in favor of food. I'm in favor of food. I'm in favor of Parks and Recs, but right now I really want you to consider the less restrictions for the pilot program, as opposed to making it very restrictive, especially for those businesses that want the hours, want late night hours. Yes, safety is a concern. It should be everybody's concern. And if PD gets called out for one location being a problem, then that's something that should be addressed. And as you move forth, really consider everything for the well-being of the community and a thriving business association in the downtown area. Thank you.
We have no additional speakers.
Thank you. All right, well, let's go back to staff and see if we can continue the conversation here. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I just have a question for clarity. When I'm just making an assumption that when there is a downtown event, we have an abundance of downtown events during the summer, especially. Typically, there are food vendors that work with the event organizers, and they're on Monterey Street. So when we create this policy of no Monterey Street, does that include when we have downtown events or not? Okay, I just wanted to clarify. I made that assumption, but I just wanted to clarify. That is exempt during those events.
As long as they're operating with
the event organizer. Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hilton.
I have one piece of clarification, too. And one of the public comment speakers spoke to it. The public health department is not concerned with members of the public being used the restrooms. It's the food workers using the restrooms. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. We're not trying to open up somebody's business with members of the public. Public health department is not worried about that. They're worried about the users, the food trucks. Employees. Sorry. Thank you.
Since it was brought up by one of the public speakers, could the city attorney at all comment on what we might be getting ourselves involved in or not getting ourselves involved in here, so that we have the warm fuzzy? I mean, my understanding is it's mainly with sidewalk vending where most of this has occurred lately, but I would appreciate some sort of advice on that.
Yeah, that's correct. I think if the speaker wishes to give us some information in writing to back up his claims, I'd certainly look at it. But I think that this ordinance would be on pretty sound footing.
Okay.
Further comments and questions, or do we want to review, what we've talked about? Now we have had public comment. Do we want to review, take it back from the top, and go through it quickly?
I do have one more thing on the hours, because again, in most places, it may be okay to go to 2 a.m., but I don't know if we want to have that be everywhere and then have to wait till it comes back to us to restrict it back down, or what it may be. If you're talking about over on Eagleberry, you want some people to be able to set up shop across from some houses or behind Gourmet Alley and set up, and there's apartments above. Could be a problem. So I think we need to at least clear that up, what our intent is.
So I can add, I know City of Morgan Hill has been mentioned. We've also talked about Hollister. City of Morgan Hill's operational hours are limited to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Vendors must move 30 minutes per location, and they need to move at least 300 feet unless they're invited by a business and they're planning on setting up tables or chairs. And then they apply for an encroachment permit, which allows them to operate during the business's hours. So that's City of Morgan Hill. City of Hollister, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. in residential zones. All other zones are 6 a.m. to midnight.
But I think that we want to. I don't think we want to have that timeline Right, that's not what we've talked about so far tonight.
Yeah, just giving
right?
a
Those
guideline based
examples
on
of
what
those cities.
other cities are doing as far as ending time goes, 10 p.m. and midnight.
Yeah, and also we didn't want to have that moving in 30 minutes.
Right.
Right, that's the last thing that we want, is making anyone move from any time limit, correct? Right, okay.
And are we, when we're looking at the locations, are we looking at one of the options, or 1 and 2, or?
So
Staff's looking on feedback on anything you're looking to provide feedback on for us to be able to move forward with the pilot program.
I think in a pilot program, you would want to see the options, at least 2 options.
I say let them go any of the options.
Yeah, I like them all.
And then at the end, you can evaluate where they work, because they're going to go where there's business.
Right.
So, and that way we can see what's the best place for them.
I agree.
So I have a suggestion on the time hours. I'd say the Fifth Street parking lot, let's say 4 for the pilot, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. Eagleberry Street, 4 p.m. or actually I'll just say 2 p.m. no later than 10 p.m. And then Gourmet Alley parking lots, probably the same exact time as Eagleberry. And then we already have the private parking, right? It's already 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. because it's private.
Is that council direction? Private property, 6 a.m. to midnight?
What about the private property?
Till midnight.
6 a.m. to midnight on a private property. The commercial zones, industrial, so non-residential.
Yeah, not a vacant lot. Needs to
Yeah,
be
not a vacant lot.
established use.
But
And going along with the county health permit is that private property business has to be open.
Open, that's what I was
Right.
going for.
Right.
Why does it have to be open?
Because they have to have
The
access to the
restrooms.
bathrooms. Right. And that's a county permit. That is not ours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So back to, I'll just give the example again. If there's a tap room on Monterey that wants to have private property behind them, right? Whenever that food truck is open, that tap room has to be open.
Well, they just need access to a bathroom. Business doesn't need to be open. If they give them the keys so they can use the restroom,
Access to a bathroom.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and like we already heard, there's some food trucks that already have a restroom in it for their workers. We're not worried about the public going to the bathroom. It's the employees.
And Councilmember Bracco, this is a county regulation, and they're the ones enforcing it, not our folks, correct? Okay.
Okay, so
Okay,
then
so-
how does it work with the application in terms of location? Because the one thing that I am concerned about, because of this has been an issue for some businesses downtown, is when they leave a mess. So when they do an application, is it like for each day? So I'm going to be behind Pour Me, for example. Is that where they're going to be throughout the pilot program? Do they apply for that location on a day? How does that work?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of ways that we could do it. We can start with an interest form, during that amnesty period that we were talking about earlier. Start with an interest form, let them give us their proposed locations. We can ask the question, are you planning to operate in conjunction with a business? So if they're planning to operate with Pour Me, then we can reach out and schedule that way. I think if we leave it a little bit open-ended, in these next 2 weeks, we can fine-tune it and get what the vendors want, what the businesses are looking for as well.
And some kind of written agreement if a business is hosting it, that they have access, whatever. I mean, just something like that.
Okay.
Right? Doesn't that make sense?
As opposed to like the Fifth Street lot, the city going and putting portable toilets, you're looking for access from a business?
Okay, we all got the letter from Matt saying if they're in Fifth Street, I don't know the measurement. I don't know if it's within 200 feet of Fifth Street parking lot or not, but he said that they can use the bathroom. So does that just have to be a letter on file?
This is the great thing about a pilot program. It's malleable, and that gives staff a chance to interact with the private property owners and the taproom owners so that they can adapt as we go. Right? Our goal today is not make this restrictive so they can adapt.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is I would like to see personally less restrictions on who goes where when. If they first come, first serve, coming down, getting into the Fifth Street parking
Yeah,
lot.
and I'm okay with that. Again,
Whatever
I'm
it
just
is.
concerned about identifying who, if there is a mess, I just don't want that to become a problem. That's all.
Okay. Okay, where are we at on prioritizing? We've done times.
We've done times. I've heard 4 p.m.
Locations?
to 2 a.m., 5th Street, Eagleberry, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., Gourmet Alley, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., private property, 6 a.m. to midnight. Yes?
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Pilot program, June through December.
Did we discuss days?
Did we? We didn't.
Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday, or Thursday through Sunday?
Why are we limiting? We talked about less restrictions. Why are we limiting Friday?
I think the biggest concern is the 5th Street lot specifically.
Yeah.
So we need direction on which days we want that parking lot closed.
I would defer to the city administrator on that one.
Yeah, I was just about to do that.
How about city administrator? We see what the interest is in operating.
I think we're going to have to absorb some cost for a little bit. It's not going to be sustainable, but if we can kind of be the incubator for this program, let's just see how it goes, and we'll have to evolve. I do think we're going to incur some cost in the beginning. That's part of it.
That was
Again, if it's
Thursday through
popular on a
Sunday.
Tuesday, and there's people who want to be there on a Tuesday, and it's a premium location in the city, and it's vibrant for the city, then it makes a ton of sense. So.
And the
Let's
nice
see.
thing about the pilot program, too, is that we can come back and evaluate cost and investment and return on investment and fees. I think the supply and demand is the biggest driver of what we're going to do, and we don't know what that is. So it's going to be interesting.
So that's a Thursday through Sunday for the 5th Street lot,
For
correct?
5th Street lot.
That's what I just heard.
Okay.
Okay.
The other thing that council needs to decide on is the amnesty program. Do we want to allow the 60 days
60
for?
days.
It's really, to me, it's limited on what you think your cycle time is going to be in ramping up and getting these things approved, et cetera, especially with a big, let's say, rush of them coming in or whatever it is. So you would be the person that would, I think, recommend that to us more than the other way around.
Yeah, and 60 days is what I feel, based on the timelines I know from the other departments, would be sufficient to get through the business license. And that's if everything's turned in correctly. That doesn't account for any additional back and forth time. But we'd work with the business owners going through this process. 60 days. Okay. And then just to reconfirm, no more live scan or background checks. And then we are going to have them turn in their seller's permit, County of Santa Clara health permit, and then during that amnesty period, and a copy of their business license permit application and their mobile vending application. So they just have to turn in the application, and then within that 60 days, they need to obtain the final permits. Okay?
And they should have to display the city license.
And then I also heard we're not restricting 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, no time restriction outside of those ones we already set.
Councilman Bracco made a good point that you will want to note down, which is the displaying of any permits when they do receive them.
Thank you. All right. And then lastly, the establishment of the no vending zone along Monterey, Luchesa to Leavesley. Are we including side streets on those as well as a start? Okay. All right. And special events, okay to operate during permitted special events as long as they have their required permits and approval from the event organizer. Yes? Okay. I think at this time I have sufficient.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Because I'm going to try to make a motion out of this. Okay, well, I'm going to entertain a motion that we consider adopting the resolution establishing a temporary pilot program allowing food trucks to operate in designated areas in the city of Gilroy, as identified in the report and what we've discussed here this evening. We're directing staff to implement the pilot program immediately and return to council with an update prior to expiration of the pilot period. Looking for a motion and a second.
Move.
Second.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Fugazzi and a second by Councilmember Marks. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. If you're interested in getting information on the pilot program in this form, please see me in the lobby and I will get your email address and we'll get you signed up. Thank you so much.
Okay, just when you thought it was over, we're going to 7.2. Conduct a public hearing to approve Community Development Block Grant 2025 to the year 2030 Consolidated Plan and Program Year. Annual Action Plan, including funding allocations. Are there any ex parte communications? Well, sort of. We all have received emails from a nonprofit organization, so we should say that. Thank you for those emails. And take it away, staff report. Staff, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Get really close.
All right.
Thank you.
Tonight we're back to you about CDBG for you to approve those documents, including the funding allocations. For some quick background, as you saw at the May 5th council meeting, we have prepared the draft 2025 to 2030 consolidated plan for the CDBG program with extensive community engagement efforts. We mentioned that Gilroy accounted for 34% out of the county-wide survey responses. Our team has done a really great job doing the community outreach. And as part of the consolidated plan, we also prepared the draft 25 to 26 annual action plan, which is the first year of the 5-year program covered by the consolidated plan period. The annual action plan implements the consolidated plan and outlines the funding allocations for that program year to address the priority needs and goals identified in the consolidated plan. At that same meeting on May 5th, the council conducted a public meeting to receive public comments and also allow staff to present the funding approaches and options. And based on the council direction received, staff is presenting to council tonight with equal distribution funding for the public service applications and all the non-public service funding for sidewalk improvements. On May 14th, as we anticipated, we did receive the annual funding amount from HUD, and that's $380,083. We have adjusted the allocation for each application proportionally to align with the council's direction. So tonight, council is recommending that staff is recommending that council open the public hearing and then approve the consolidated plan and annual action plan, including funding allocations, and then direct staff to proceed to submit all of this to HUD. So this summarizes all the numbers we just mentioned. As we mentioned, on May 14th, we got the HUD allocation amount. And last time we mentioned that staff has also identified the prior year's unused resources. That's $78,829. And HUD has some caps on certain funding categories. So with all of this combined, this table is summarizing all the funding sources and the eligible uses for each category. So based on the May 5th council direction, and the May 14th HUD allocation amount, here's our summary of the proposed projects and programs and allocations for program year 25 to 26. And in the staff report, if you want to see the complete full table, that's on page 257 of the agenda packet. So as mentioned, the public service funds, That's being applied equally to the 6 eligible applications, and the non-public service funding is being applied to the sidewalk and curb ramp project. A review of HUD guidance suggests that no specific restrictions prevent the council from awarding all non-public service funding to the sidewalk project. HUD does require grantees to follow standard procedures for allocating funds, which we did do through our NOFA process. All CDBG applicants submit an application through that same published process. During HUD monitoring, City is also required to provide detailed documentation supporting our funding processes and decisions, demonstrating that we comply with CDBG objectives, and the programs are benefiting low and moderate income persons, and we meet a consolidated plan priority need. It should be noted that the original application was limited to sidewalk and curb ramp related work. This did not include street lighting in its scope. Therefore, staff recommends that we adhere to the original scope of work. And we also reviewed our housing element to look at if there are any programs that will be affected by providing all the non-public service funding to the sidewalk curb ramp project. There are 2 programs that we identified that will affect the goal outcomes if we do not fund the other non-public service applicants. The program C2, this program wants the city to utilize CDBG funding as available to assist in the improvement of substandard housing. And program C3 wants the city to contact owners of units identified as substandard housing to offer inspection services and provide information on the Rebuilding Together program or similar to provide them assistance. There is one program in the housing element where providing funding to the sidewalk curb ramp project will assist in the goal outcomes, and that's program F3. This program says that city will continue to prioritize CDBG funding in the downtown area and low resource areas of the city. This slide is a summary of the community outreach we've conducted. I just want to note that during the 30-day public comment period between April 15 and May 15, we did receive 3 written comments from 3 organizations. Sourcewise advocated for funding to support free transit for low-income elderly adults and residents with disabilities. Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley indicated that affordable housing is a priority in the consolidated plan and advocated for funding for repair and rehabilitation homes of low-income residents, including those with disabilities. And Bay Area Community Health advocated for funding for rehabilitation of their healthcare facility. And tonight's the public hearing for you to consider adoption and approval of the documents. For fiscal impact, staff recommends that council adopt the budget resolution that's attached to the agenda packet to fully appropriate the 25 to 26 CDBG funds based on the HUD allocation amount plus prior year's unexpended resources. So there's a difference that just needs to be appropriated, and this is one of the recommendations we have tonight. So the staff's recommendations for council to approve the CDBG Consolidated Plan and Program Year 25-26 Annual Action Plan, including funding allocations, direct staff or designee to submit the plan to HUD, and further authorize staff to make any changes as needed to comply with CDBG submission guidelines. And lastly, to adopt a resolution amending the budget with the CDBG fund. That's Fund 245. Thank you.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Fugazzi.
In order to satisfy the HUD requirement for C2 and C3, if we decided to send $10,000 towards rebuilding Silicon Valley, would that satisfy that requirement?
Those programs did have some quantitative objective. For program C2 is to provide assistance to 100 households. Program
How many?
C3,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
To provide assistance to 100 households. And then program C3 the quantified objective is to provide information regarding the Rebuilding Together or similar program to 240 households.
So I guess conceivably over an 8-year period at 15 houses apiece, we could get to 100 through sending the money through Rebuilding Silicon Valley, right? That's the idea. Do you have other ways that you're going to satisfy C2 and C3?
With Rebuilding Together especially, that's where I know the city has been partnering with them to meet these needs, but it is, distributed across the 8 years. So it could.
Right. My question is there another way that we can meet C2 and C3?
We are not aware of another partner that does.
So they're the only people
type
that
of
do
work.
this.
Yeah, even in my, based on my past experience so far, that's.
But we could basically stack 20 or 25 in another year of assistance, right? Because I read in the email I just recently got that they have way more applications than they necessarily can provide for. So we could do catch-up in future years, I guess is what I'm saying.
You're saying, like, for example, if next year allocate non-public service
Correct.
funding
Maybe
to.
you're doing 20 or 25 next year instead of the 17 you're doing this year. I'm just saying conceivably in order to meet this C2. And if we don't meet this C2 or C3, what's the likelihood of us being completely out of compliant and having repercussions?
HCD just, has become more and more stringent in all of their reporting requirements. And as you just saw, I think March 17 was when we presented the annual progress report. So we have to submit that to the state agency every year.
Okay.
So.
All right. Thank you.
So to piggyback off of this, okay, first of all, we got, which was nominal. You had anticipated 400,000.
Correct.
We got 380.
Yes.
And I don't have the packet in front of me right now, but when you originally presented to us on May 5th or whatever, how much did you recommend allocated to Rebuilding Together? Do you have that number?
Yes. This is based on the 400,000, or do you want the?
Yeah, just on the 400. I mean, because I'm just where I'm going with this is, if we were to allocate, and of course we would have to make an adjustment based on what the actuals are, would that be enough to meet the requirements? Would that funding satisfy the numbers required in C2, C3?
Based on the last several years, it has been, meeting the requirements. I mean, we have to keep adding every year, correct? Yes. And I know 2023, we did partner with Rebuilding Together to conduct outreach, especially at the senior center. And so last year, I think they've been seeing just more and more applications, and that's why now they started having a wait list.
But they're able to, with the funding and then other resources that they have, hit the numbers that HUD is giving us.
Yeah, and I think they're here today. They might be able to answer that in.
Yeah, I guess one of the things I'm getting at is that I would like to see such nonprofits come back and recommend more quantity of smaller projects so that we can more easily hit C2 and C3 than a smaller quantity of big projects. So, 30 people who need $5,000, dollars of repair work done or what have you, as opposed to, 15 people who need 10,000, whatever it happens to be, so that we can accumulate what we need to get to in our housing element requirement at a faster pace than what we're doing. I mean, that's what I would look to them to basically come back, and that's why in particular, I feel that if we had more information and more ability to help steer them along the way, it would be a win-win, especially coming into whatever the next approval cycle is.
Yeah, and I think that's programming that they can look at. I know what you're saying. You want to provide more assistance to, more households, but a smaller amounts.
No further questions? Councilmember
Actually,
Klein?
I didn't respond to Councilmember Ramirez. So at the last meeting on May 5th, based on 400,000 plus the prior year's unspent resources. For sidewalk, it was 153,000, and rebuilding together was 155. And Bay Area Community Health was 29, and I'm kind of rounding it.
Councilmember Klein, did you have questions?
I know we're wanting more information, and so I'm trying to understand it. So I appreciate the information we've gotten, and I also appreciate some of the questions Councilmember Fugazi raised and getting more of that information through the process. So, and we welcome that. I mean, that's part of the process is understanding the needs in a greater way, and so I appreciated that. I don't know if it changes the thoughts about what we've done to this point, but just my thoughts on it.
Okay, are we ready to go to public comment?
Yes, Mayor and Council, we have 4 speakers. First is Deanne Everton, followed by Elena Purcell Schroeder.
Good evening. I'm Deanne Everton, the Executive Director for Rebuilding Together. And as you all hopefully know by now that we do provide free home repairs, critical overdue home repairs and safety modifications for residents of Gilroy, primarily older adults, people with disabilities, and veterans. And I do want to just say a special thank you, and again, I didn't really address you properly, Mayor and council members, for taking my emails and hopefully getting something from those. I appreciate that, and for your attention tonight. And we do deeply respect your decision to prioritize sidewalk improvements, and these are undeniably important infrastructure projects. However, we do respectfully request that you reconsider and reallocate the non-public service CDBG funds toward our critical home repair program for fiscal year 26. Safe, stable housing is infrastructure, essential to public safety, health, and economic stability. Our work keeps vulnerable residents safely housed, reduces emergency services used, and creates jobs for local contractors. In fact, every dollar invested in our work has a ripple effect, creating a social return on investment of $3. By supporting the local economy, preserving affordable housing stock and property values, and reducing the public system strain. We understand that hard decisions must be made with limited funding, but by supporting this work, the city can meet urgent needs, comply with HUD's goals and Gilroy's #1 goal in the consolidated plan, and maximize impact right now. We thank you for your ongoing leadership, and we're proud to be a partner in making Gilroy safer and stronger for all of its residents. And we are always here available for questions. And since I have a few minutes, I just wanted to comment on your question regarding doing fewer repairs for more homeowners. We've made a concerted effort over the last 5 years to do fewer repairs that cost more, because that's what our clients need. We're constantly being asked for those heavier, deeper repairs, furnace replacements, roofs that $5,000 just don't take care of. So we appreciate the ability to address where the need is. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Elena Purcell Schroeder, followed by Delinda Yatskovich.
Good evening, everyone. Wonderful to see you all again. Thank you so much for giving us the space to comment tonight. Mayor Bozo and City Council, we really appreciate the opportunity. I'm Elena Purcell Schroeder. I'm with Rebuilding Together, Silicon Valley, and I want to begin by expressing respect for the Council's thoughtful decision-making in a difficult funding landscape. The choice to support infrastructure improvements is understandable and well-intentioned. That said, I'd also like to respectfully encourage the Council to re-examine the decision made at May 5th's meeting to reallocate CDBG funds and consider our initial application to continue our critical home repair program, which provides urgent, HUD-compliant home repairs for Gilroy's most vulnerable neighbors. Our program is ready to implement We have a proven track record of using CDBG funds efficiently and within HUD's strict timeliness and eligibility requirements. With sidewalk and streetlight repairs, there may be understandable delays, design planning, permitting, bidding, and potential environmental review. Without a firm implementation plan in place, there's a risk of delayed expenditures which could jeopardize compliance with HUD's timelines and performance standards, and therefore jeopardize the much-needed funds themselves. In contrast, Rebuilding Together is shovel-ready. Every dollar redirected to our program will serve eligible residents quickly and visibly, supporting the city's performance under CDBG while advancing equity and health outcomes. We appreciate your prior decision and know how carefully it was made. We simply ask you to consider whether this reallocation may better fulfill the letter and spirit of HUD's mission and the city's. Thank you very much. And I did also want to add, since I have a minute, to add on to what Deanne said. Could we stretch the dollars and do more repairs, serve more homes for less? It's absolutely possible. But we're dealing with people, as well as potentially delaying for the following fiscal year, but we're dealing with people whose homes are literally falling apart around them. Sure.
Are these homes, are they owned by the person or are they rentals?
They're owned. They're owner occupied. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, just to round out what I was saying, my first week on the job almost 6 years ago, the first client that our construction services manager took me to was living in a mobile home without a working hot water heater, and she'd been in that position for 6 months. She was boiling water, and we live in, the Bay Area. We live in Silicon Valley. I know Gilroy is a proud city, and we're very proud to serve it. And it's just, we're getting people who are coming to us not being able to walk through their homes because of safety and accessibility issues, having to boil hot water. Hope you don't mind because I answered the question. So again, I just implore you to really think about if you ask these people to wait an additional year, the condition of their home could deteriorate significantly to the point where they might not be able to remain within it. So thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker is Delinda Yaskovic, followed by Liz Murillo.
Hi, Mayor Bozo and esteemed council members. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Delinda Yaskovic, and I'm the programs director, and I oversee the construction services department for Rebuilding Together. We partner with the city of Gilroy to provide essential, no-cost home repairs for low-income Gilroy residents. Tonight, I'd like to speak to you briefly about how our work closely aligns with the city's strategic goals and upcoming consolidation plan, and why we hope you'll consider revisiting your earlier allocations. Your plan emphasizes the importance of preserving affordable housing, preventing displacement, and promoting equitable investment in underserved communities. Our work does exactly that. We help residents age in place safely, preventing costly health emergencies, and maintain aging homes that might otherwise become uninhabitable, unsafe, and eventually abandoned. Additionally, we maximize the impact of the CDBG funds by hiring local contractors for these projects. This is an additional benefit multiplier and a boon for cities like Gilroy. Circulating these dollars locally and fostering long-term economic resilience. We know that infrastructure projects like sidewalk repairs matter, especially when we talk about accessibility, but they can take years to plan and to complete. In the contrast, we have real needs, long-standing repairs that we can take care of immediately. We have the ability, and we have that ability through funds like CBDG. We respectfully urge you to revisit your decision and fund a program that meets the intent of HUD's CBDG program, aligns with your goals, and directly serves Gilroy residents who have nowhere else to turn. Thank you again for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you.
Okay. Our last speaker is Liz Murillo.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, Council members, and City staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Liz Murillo. I'm a Gilroy native. 4 generations of my family were born and raised and have lived here in Gilroy. I'm also a board member for Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley. I joined Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley last October because Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley acknowledged that we needed more representation and we needed a louder voice in this community, and that's part of what made me attractive as a board member, is I came from the community that they were looking to fill a gap in. And I'm proudly happy to serve in this community that I love so much. As you know, in partnership with Synergy Co-working, I recently hosted an event bringing RTSV to our community for the purpose of growing partnerships with local contractors, as well as assisting potential homeowners with applications for needed work. We had 19 community members attend. None of them were former applicants, so the 19 that came were brand new. We had 1 additional person that came to follow up on a job, but those are all brand new people learning about it. One of the attendees who came actually contacted me after hearing me speak at the May 19th meeting, and it broke my heart, truly. Her parents are living in our community today, elderly parents without a furnace. This is a very real need in our community today. And so those elderly, that couple is in their home today without any option for heat as we stand talking to you today. This is a perfect example of the types of critical repairs RTSV completes for Gilroy residents, free of charge to them. The key word here is critical. This is not cosmetic. This family is not alone. Representatives from RTSV and I can share story after story of similar heartbreaks. We acknowledge that there is an opportunity to better communicate with Council regarding annual projects and events. My commitment is to regularly communicate with you regarding the work that is being done at a service level that's acceptable to you. So I'm not asking to set the standard. I'm not trying to set the standard. I'm asking you to set the standard, and I will comply to keep you guys engaged and informed with what's happening in our community. Going forward, Council will be included in communication regarding work being completed and events scheduled in support of our community in collaboration with RTSV. Year to date, we have hosted 4 separate events in Gilroy to educate residents on the work being done by this amazing organization. Not only did we host at Lunch and Learn at Synergy, we had a Gilroy Rotary presentation, we had affordable housing presentation, and we did present at the Senior Center again this year to keep those residents informed. So as part of my commitment to keep you informed, I'd ask that each of you save the date, September 18th of this year. We will be having our annual Paint the Town fundraiser at the Gonzalez, Peralta, Adobe, and Fallon House historic site in San Jose. There we will bring our staff, board, all of our community and corporate partners, as well as our volunteers, to share our vision for the coming year while celebrating the impact of the previous fiscal year. I'd like to invite each of you as my personal guests. Later in the year, I will present each of you with a ticket so you can go at no cost to yourself. Tonight, the ask that you reconsider your vote today, that you vote in favor of continuing the partnership the City of Gilroy has had with RTSV for several years in supporting and caring for some of our most vulnerable residents. Together, we can do the work no one else will. We heard that. Together, we can live out the vision of neighbors helping neighbors in our own neighborhood. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you. That completes our speakers. Okay, so questions back to staff or comments? Councilmember Fugazzi.
I just want to start it off because, I know I kicked some of this off in the previous meeting with the sidewalk. To first say that I don't doubt that this organization is an amazing organization. Been communicating back and forth over email, and I don't have any doubt that it's an amazing and worthy cause, and I mean that sincerely. The other thing I'll note on sidewalks, which sound just like sidewalks, is recently with C-Click Fix that we have in the city now, it was actually the first thing I ever entered into our C-Click Fix system was some incredibly broken up and destroyed sidewalk that is on the southwest corner of First and Monterey, right by the Jack in the Box there, which I think anybody would say is a pretty, frequented area of town, and I was told that it wasn't on our sidewalk rehab project that we have, and that it just seemed to me like what a horrible thing, not because it looked horrible, but what if I was in a wheelchair? What if I was in an electric wheelchair? What if I was in a walker? And how many hundreds of people just in that one spot might be able to be affected by that? And then I recalled back after that, after getting that message back, to being in the campaign and being just across the street over visiting with some residents and some business owners in the Mexican market that's across the street. I saw all kinds of different things in the purple building, the real pretty little purple building, and having her tell me about how she just keeps trying to get the sidewalk fixed and the broken sidewalks, and we have people who are tripping over the sidewalks and people can't come through, and so when I was thinking about this the last time I spoke on this, these are the things that were front of my mind of how many more of these are there that we need to get taken care of so that we have other worthy people who are not able to be mobile and not able to do these things be able to get taken care of, and we get them out of the way, and then we can go back to doing things with this particular organization or others that are worthy, and also obviously meet our requirements for the HUD. But anyway, I just wanted to add that's kind of where a lot of this genesis comes from in my thinking in terms of how many people we can help with what money. And the last question I would have for Sharon, or maybe it's even a Public Works question or Jimmy question, which is it was raised by somebody in the public comment that unlike projects for sidewalks that might take 3 years to do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is that a concern for us? Is this going to be something that we're not going to be able to execute on as a city?
Yeah, actually, over the last 2 years, we've been really closely coordinating with Public Works. So for every year CDBG funding, we require them to complete everything by middle of April. And because there's also this expenditure timeliness that test that HUD administers, and so we want to make sure that we are, spending resources in a timely manner. Otherwise, HUD could come back and say, you have all this funding you're not using, and that we could risk future funding.
And this, correct me if I'm wrong, is this also able to pick up some of the costs for those low-income residents? How they have to pay 50% or the cost share or what have you portion of it? In front of their house, right? So if they have a piece of sidewalk in front of their house that's broken up, and it requires, we have a new methodology that we're coming up with, right? Where we do it under scale, and the cost is cheaper, but they still have to pay half. But if they are lower income, they may have to pay less, but there's a sliding scale or something so that we could pay part of it, or I'm just remembering pieces of it. If it doesn't apply, it doesn't apply.
Yeah, I don't think Public Works has been mixing these programs together. They would identify the areas, and that's where, depending on what council approves tonight. But regardless, every year we have been working with them really closely to identify the exact locations, because we have to look at the service area to define that, and then look at the income of the area in order to meet HUD requirements. Because HUD does require the sidewalks to be primarily in a residential area.
And so it does address sidewalks, not just curbs.
Sidewalks and curb ramps, yes, for accessibility, requirements.
Councilmember Bracco.
I believe that we have a real need in our community for fixing these houses for these folks. I grew up, my dad was a carpenter, and he used to help all kinds of people around town. And there was a lot of need then. So I know there's a lot more now. And I don't think we should repair our sidewalks at the cost of another program. I think we need to put that money back where it was. I'm skeptical on a lot of the stuff that we fund. But this group, I feel pretty comfortable. I trust Liz. If she says if the money's going where it's going, I believe it. So I'm going to propose that we go back to the original funding and fund these folks.
Councilmember Klein.
I appreciate Councilmember Fugazi, and we kind of looked at things differently. This council as a whole has looked at things differently over these last 4 months. And I think through this process, being educated was helpful for me. I went through this before, but really seeing things really exposed the need. And so I appreciate the whole thought process there, but I also appreciate what Councilmember Brock was saying. And I think they have answered the questions I had, especially, again, conversation. I think really sealed for me was conversation, the questions you brought up to them, and I think it was, Diane, you answered those. And so for me, I would second what Councilmember Bracco is suggesting, is to bring the funding back.
Mayor?
Councilmember Marks.
I also agree with Councilmember Bracco. It was very helpful to hear from all of you, and I really like Liz's suggestion, and I encourage all of you to do the same. Please come back every few months, because I would like to know exactly, how those dollars are benefiting the citizens, because that means a lot.
Yeah, I just think maybe lesson learned. Come and tell us when it's on the dais for the first time, and probably would have saved a lot of heartache. I will say my mother was one of those unfortunate people that spent quite a bit of time getting dental work done and facial work done because she did trip and fall. And I do believe that there is a need for it. I think that, though, my concern is with the C2, C3 and making sure that we allocate and hit all of those. So I would agree that we go back, and I'm assuming you're saying to reallocate to all of them as was recommended, but just based on the actuals? Okay, so that they get all three organizations, or are you saying just two?
It's just one. It's just theirs. All the other ones were funded. It's just theirs.
Was the Bay Area one funded?
Oh, well, based on the application, what we presented last time, it was, we called it proportional distribution.
Right.
And it was, all three of them proportional to
But
their
on
application
the 5th, I
amount.
thought that we put all the money into curbs.
Yes, that was the direction.
Only on their funds. Only on rebuilding Silicon Valley's funds.
That was not staff's understanding.
Yeah, because there were three different organizations, the city, rebuilding, and then the Bay Area.
Bay Area Community Health.
And my understanding was on the 5th, the staff presented that it would be an equal allocation, or not equal, but
proportional.
Proportionate. You'd given dollar amounts. And my understanding was we said all of the funding from all three just go to the city sidewalks. So
How about I'll just make a motion?
Okay.
My motion will be that we approve this with caveat that the funding for building Santa Clara,
Silicon Valley,
whatever it is
Silicon
given
Valley.
back to them. That's the only one, just them.
So if I can ask kind of two questions. Because last time, as Councilmember Ramirez stated, we had 3 non-public service applications. And staff's proposal was proportional distribution. So is it going to be all 3? I think that's question 1, and then the amount.
Can you go back and say, I think what you said when I asked earlier was that you had allocated 153 to the city curb, 155 to Silicon Valley, to Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley, and 29 to the Bay Area Community Health.
Yes, yeah.
So my question is, and we decided that all of it would go to city curbs. That
based on
Rebuilding
direction
would get
from
nothing, and Bay Area Community Health would get nothing.
That was the direction from
So
May 5th.
my question to you, Councilman Bracco is,
We'll go with the original amount that was allocated for them. They get that back. The other can go towards curbs. I don't care.
okay, so the Bay Area Community Health 29 would still go to the curbs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just wanted clarity, that's all. I'm good
So
with that.
Sharon, would you go over the amounts then again?
Well, yeah, because now, well, the amounts from
Now
last
it's
time, I know, it was based on the $400,000 assumed amount. So,
Rebuilding together.
so I did have a backup slide, so this is a slightly different version. The backup slide is based on the actual amount from HUD, which is $380,083, plus the $78,000 prior years unspent resources. And if that were to follow the same proportional distribution, what would it have been to all three? So I can show you that. So that's the slide.
So you're saying put the 28,412 into the 147,777 and
That's
give the
what I'm
149
asking.
to rebuilding together. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so because these amounts add up to the actual
actuals.
number we have now, correct?
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Can I help with that motion? Because there was other language. Is that okay, Councilmember Bracco? I'm going to entertain a motion to approve the Community Development Block Grant 2025-2030 Consolidated Plan and Program Year 2025-26 Annual Action Plan, including funding allocations for Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley for $149,693.12, and the $28,412.52 goes into public works, sidewalk, curb, and repair. In addition to that, I direct the Community Development Director or designee to submit the Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and further authorize the Community Development Director or designee to make any changes to the Consolidated Plan and Actual Plan as needed to comply with the CDB submission guidelines, and adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget within the Community Development Block Grant Fund. Okay? Do I have a motion? Councilman Bracco? Okay, Councilman Bracco, and do I have a second?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Okay. One more item. 7.3, introduce an ordinance to adopt by reference the mapping of a fire hazard severity zones as issued by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. Jonathan.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and Gilroy residents. Go to the next slide here. The purpose of the ordinance. Tonight, we are introducing an ordinance to adopt, by reference, the updated Fire Hazard Severity Zone map issued by CAL FIRE on February 24th, 2025, in accordance with Government Codes 51177 through 51179. This is the final step in the state's map adoption process for local responsibility areas. Summary of state requirements. The City of Gilroy released the map on March 7, 2025, within the 30-day window. Jurisdictions may adopt the map as is or increase severity levels. Reductions are not allowed. Adoptions triggers California Building Code requirements of fire-resistant construction in designated areas. What is the Fire Hazard Severity Zone map? And here is the Gilroy map overview. For those new to the topic, the fire hazard severity zones may sound somewhat intimidating. each word taken separately, fire, hazard, severity, can sound quite alarming. But as we proceed through the presentation, I think you will see that the revised maps do not represent a significant change for Gilroy. Previous maps were released administratively. This updated process, public posting, comment period, and ordinance is likely a response to major wildfires, legislation updates, and increased attention from insurers and the public. Gilroy map overview as a pie chart. As a follow-up to the previous slide, you can see the distribution of the fire hazard severity zones throughout Gilroy as a pie chart. The updated map shows 62% unzoned, which is low hazard, 17% moderate, 21% high, and 0% very high hazard zones. 2023 versus 2025 maps. The 2023 map did not detail zones within Gilroy. The 2025 map now includes color-coded zones inside city limits, providing residents and staff more detailed information, mostly in the western hillsides compared to past maps. Hazard versus risk. The fire hazard severity zone map identifies hazard, meaning the likelihood and expected behavior of wildfire based on fuels, slope, wind, and historical data. It is not risk, which includes local mitigation efforts, response capacity, and building standards. Public outreach. The map was posted on the Fire Prevention Division website, Community Development Counter-Informational Monitors, social media, and the city's email express with 11,500 weekly viewers. Public comments were minimal and focused on locating properties and fire stations. Why adopt the map as is? While the city could increase severity zones, staff does not recommend this due to the potential impacts on insurance and the lack of technical justification to override the state's modeling. Gilroy has already required more stringent construction standards in hillside zones for over 20 years, including ignition-resistant materials and robust fire protection features. The new map essentially affirms what Gilroy has implemented for over 20 years, that more stringent construction standards are required in the western hillsides. Fiscal impacts and next steps. There is no fiscal impact from adopting the map and ordinance. Tonight's action is to introduce the ordinance. Final adoption is scheduled for June 16, 2025. Recommendation. Staff recommends that Council read the ordinance by title only, waive further reading, and introduce the ordinance to adopt the fire hazard severity map as issued by CAL FIRE. This action promotes transparency, supports public safety, and ensures compliance with state law. On these websites here, we have information online, and that ends my presentation.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions for Jonathan? No questions? Public comment?
We have no speakers at this time.
All right. I'm going to jump right to it. I'm going to entertain a motion to read the ordinance by title only and waive further reading.
I move.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Fugazi. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes, motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
So now the
So-
clerk will read the motion by title only.
Yes, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Gilroy adopting by reference the mapping of fire hazard severity zones as issued by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection.
Next motion.
Yep.
Okay, now we have the next motion.
Next motion, introduce an ordinance to adopt by reference the mapping of fire hazard severity zones as issued by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
I have a motion by Councilmember Klein, a second by Councilmember Marks. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco.
Yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Moving on to City Administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick report on the integration of county fire to the Gilroy area and including the Tree Haven Fire Station. We are just about wrapped up finalizing a month-to-month lease for the use of the fire station by county fire. And then our focuses right now are on continuing regional coordination, including our mutual aid agreements, automatic agreements and such, but I think the message to the community and to the councils, these things are progressing relatively well, and that we do not expect any disruption in our service, and as we approach the July 1st date for when County Fire will officially take over that area. The second part, I did misspeak earlier about the fire station. We are bringing the map at Glen Loma that has the fire station parcel in it for approval. Once we do that at the next council meeting, we will bring the request to authorize a project manager. So we have to do the map first, then we do the project manager for the fire station. But both items are moving along as well. Glen Loma has met their financial obligations by depositing money on June 1st. Of approximately $1 million, and then there'll be a second deposit of another $1 million on June 15th. So far so good. Everybody's doing what they need to do, and we'll keep the council updated as we get closer to design and construction bidding on the new fire station. That concludes my report.
So I thought we'd agreed that you would also give us an update on the sharks as well.
Not this week. Moving on, City Attorney's report.
No report.
Okay, we are then moving into closed session. Take it from
All right.
there.
Item 11.1 is conference with legal counsel pending litigation. Pursuant to paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, Gilroy City Code Section 17A113A, Gandolfi Investments v. City of Gilroy, in the Superior Court, number 24C444165, filed July 26, 2024. So the appropriate procedure first is to see if there is any public comment.
There's no public comment.
All right. In that case, I advise you that, in my opinion, as city attorney, it would unavoidably prejudice the interest of the city to discuss this matter in open session, and therefore I urge you to go into closed session. We need to take a vote to go into closed session right now.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bracco. Yes. Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fugazzi.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Bozo.
Yes, motion passes 7-0.
All right, so we will now adjourn to closed session. And when we get to closed session, we do not need to take another vote, but we will report out any reportable action when we get back to open session at the conclusion.
Thank you.
Good job.
Prior to